Welcome to Paranormal M, where the line between reality and the supernatural is thin. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay on top of our latest eerie content. Enjoy the spooky tales. Paranormal Science Explanations. As I was reading, I came across this one story of a house that was believed to be haunted. The people living there would go crazy and see ghosts and demons, but it turns out that it was a datura, a delirium plant, contaminated the water supply. So it got me thinking, how many ghost experiences are linked to scientific explanations, and are there scientific explanations behind ghost sightings? Not in a debunked, not real sort of a way, but a logical explanation. Like a logical explanation as to why this occurred and, what you're seeing is real, but not exactly what you think sort of way. Like the people experiencing those ghosts and demons were real to them, but not conventionally ghosts. Another interesting thought I had was how energy doesn't just vanish, it has to be moved into something else. I think a lot of ghost situations are fragments of energy left over from the past. Hence why you see a ghost walking through a wall that wasn't originally part of the house. It's believed that some material holds energy, such as crystals. I would say some building materials could also do the same. Lastly, I'll leave you with this story. During the Vietnam War, they gave soldiers red light night vision goggles. Or rather, red light night vision goggles. And many of them saw flying demon creatures, so much so that they stopped using them very soon after. The military chalked it up to stress hallucinations. I don't buy that explanation. Mass hallucinations are real, but normally people explained when groups are together, not individuals who've never known one another in different locations at different times with no prior experience to what one another saw. I say it makes sense that there are energy beings that we're unable to see with our common eyesight. We're only exposed to these when we switch colors. Perhaps that can also explain why some people experience ghosts more than others. Could also explain why women are more likely to identify with being mediums, as women are better at identifying colors. Unexplained phenomena in new house. I just want to start off by saying that I'm not religious. I've always been highly skeptical of paranormal things and ghosts. However, I've been experiencing some unexplained phenomena for the last 6 months after moving into my house. I've been analyzing every possible cause in my head, just trying to make sense of these events, but I'm still just completely dumbfounded. If somebody could direct me to a more scientific explanation or has any ideas about this, I'd really appreciate it. I think I'm actually starting to believe that my place is haunted. So the most common thing that's been happening is that anytime I leave like loose change on my bookshelf, it'll fly off and hit me directly in the face. This has happened several times and only to me. Although my boyfriend has seen the change fly at me, he's never actually been hit before. This only happens when I leave change on the bookshelf. Every other surface is fine, apparently. Also, the bookshelf is stable and never wobbles or shakes, so how is this possible? A few months back, my boyfriend and I were laying in our bed watching TV. That's when all of a sudden a glass vase that was pushed all the way back at her dresser flew across the room with such force that it shattered. I've only ever seen things like that happen in horror movies. What could have caused this? Lastly, but even more disturbing, and the reason I'm sharing my experience on Reddit right now, it's because of what happened recently. My dog suddenly started going nuts out of nowhere. She ran to a corner in the living room and began growling and barking at nothing. I walked up to get her because she wouldn't listen to me at all. And as I reached down to grab her collar, I heard clear as day a little girl's voice whisper directly into my ear, "Hello." goosebumps for an hour, and I was so unnerved and dumbfounded because I don't even believe in ghosts. And even if I did, to my knowledge, nobody's died in my house before. It doesn't feel spooky or like I'm being watched or anything. I'm not schizophrenic, I have no history of mental illness. I don't do drugs, and before that event, I'd never once hallucinated or heard something that wasn't there. But that was 100% a person's voice, and I was home alone. The first two could maybe have been explained, but I don't know how to write them off like this last one. Either I'm going crazy, or we have a bona fide ghost living in our house rent-free. The Stalking Shadows. The small town of Greystone has always been quiet, a place where everybody knew each other and strangers stood out like sore thumbs. It was the kind of town where people left their doors unlocked and kids played outside until the streetlights flickered on. But that all changed when the shadows began to move. Jenny Porter had lived in Greystone her whole life. At 16, she knew every nook and cranny of the town. She knew the gossip, the secrets, and the stories the elders would tell on Halloween nights. Stories about the Shadow Men and their leader, the Hat Man. But those were just stories until they weren't. Started one crisp autumn evening as Jenny was walking home from her friend Sarah's house. The sun had dipped below the horizon and the shadows grew longer and darker. As she turned the corner onto Maple Street, she noticed a figure standing under the streetlight. It was a man, tall and thin, wearing an old-fashioned hat that cast a deep shadow over his face. Jenny quickened her pace, but the man didn't move. His stillness was unnerving. She felt a chill crawl up her spine. She glanced back once more and the figure was gone. Just an illusion, she told herself, shaking off the unease. Over the next few days, Jenny couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. In the dead of night, she would wake to the sensation of eyes upon her. Her curtains would flutter even when the windows were closed. And always, just at the edge of her vision, she saw shadows that seemed to be moving on their own. One night, unable to sleep, Jenny went downstairs to get a glass of water. The house was eerily silent. The only sound, the creaking of the old wooden floors. As she reached the kitchen, she saw him again, the Hat Man, standing just outside the window, his face obscured by darkness, but his presence palpable. Panic surged through her. She stumbled back, dropping a glass. It shattered on the floor and the sound echoing through the house. Her parents rushed downstairs, finding her trembling and incoherent. "They're here," she whispered. "The Shadow Man, the Hat Man." Her parents exchanged worried glances, dismissed her fears as being a bad dream. Yet the instants continued. The shadows grew bolder and darker. Jenny's friends began to notice the change in her demeanor, the dark circles under her eyes, the constant glances over her shoulder. One evening, Sarah decided to stay over, hoping to ease Jenny's. The two girls huddled in Jenny's room, talking about anything but the shadows. As midnight approached, a strange stillness settled over the house. Sarah fell asleep, but Jenny remained awake, her senses on high alert. A creak on the stairs made her heart race. She held her breath, straining to hear. The door to her room slowly creaked open, and there, standing in the doorway, was the Hat Man. His presence was overwhelming, the darkness around him almost tangible. Jenny tried to scream, but no sound escaped her lips. The Shadow Men slipped into the room, their forms blending with the darkness. They moved silently, encircling the bed. The Hat Man stepped closer, his face still hidden, but Jenny could feel his gaze, cold and penetrating. With a sudden burst of courage, Jenny grabbed the lamp from her bedside table and swung it at the Hat Man. The light shattered. For a brief moment, the shadows recoiled, but then surged forward, enveloping her in a suffocating darkness. When Sarah awoke, the room was empty. Jenny was gone. The only trace of her was the broken lamp and the lingering cold. The town of Greystone mourned the loss of Jenny Porter, another victim of the unseen horrors that lurked in the shadows. The elders spoke in hushed tones, sharing warnings of the Hat Man and his followers. And as the years passed, the stories grew, warning each new generation to beware of the stalking shadows that moved in the night. For in Greystone, the shadows were never truly still, and the Hat Man was always watching. Up north. They were walking home from school that warm spring day. Every day they walked the same route, so much so that they had basically embedded a trail into the ground. Beth, being the older sister, she was in charge of Emma on the daily walks to school. Their mother had trusted that Beth, being the older sister, would protect Emma. Emma was quite adventurous, you'd say. The river was flowing faster than usual as the mountain snow was melting. Something shiny was catching Emma's eye. She quickly ran to the store to take a look. Sure. She knew she wasn't allowed to go near the water, but she did anyway. With a blink of an eye, she reached down to grab a shiny object and fell in. Beth screamed, a scream that Emma had never heard before. She knew that she was in trouble, and without hesitation, Beth jumped in to save Emma. But unfortunately, the river won that day. The girls were found 3 days later. I was driving up north to Lucerne, California. I don't know how to say that word. I went to visit my brother. It was my nephew's second birthday. We were going to stay the weekend. I was so excited to see Reef, so I didn't go to his first birthday. I remember the odd feeling I got when we first arrived. I instantly pictured an older man walking down the hallway. I shook it off as being nothing, as sometimes I do get visions. The first night we slept on the living room floor. It was quite late when something woke me up. I can only describe it as a buzzing feeling. I tried to go back to sleep again, but it woke me up again. And this time it was accompanied by giggling. There were two of them. I could tell by their voices. They were running back and forth from the living room to the kitchen. Two little girls running back and forth giggling. I didn't know if it was real or if I was dreaming. I reached out to my arm to touch my husband's arm so I could, see if he could wake me up, as I often do when I'm in this state of mind. I don't know if I'm in a trance or if this is really the way I connect with spirits. The next morning I told my brother that I slept like shit. He and his wife looked at each other and chuckled. My mom overheard the conversation and said that she didn't sleep well either. I told them what had happened that night, and my mom jumped in to say that somebody had been pulling on her blanket all night. She'd pull it up and something would pull it right back down. My sister-in-law chimed in to tell us the house was haunted. One morning, Reef was playing outside. I think my brother and his wife were just moving into the house. Reef was a little older than a year old. He seemed to be talking to someone. He motioned for somebody to come sit by him and scooted over. He was having a conversation, but nobody was there. My brother Dustin was moving to the refrigerator into the kitchen. He was putting him into a position when it scooted forward towards him on its own, almost smashing his finger. The ground was flat. There was no explanation for it. Another time, Crystal looked up at the baby monitor in Reef's bedroom for whatever reason, and she could literally see the form of a little girl. The girl had climbed up the side of Reef's crib and was poking him. On another occasion, Crystal walked into Reef's room, and there was a built-in dresser. There's usually these built-ins in older homes. The drawers were pulled out as if somebody was using them as stairs, and each drawer pulled out a little bit more than the other. I also do believe Crystal told me that she had seen a man as well. As soon as I got home, I started Googling deaths in the area. It took some digging, but I was able to find the article about two sisters drowning in a nearby river. I was in shock. This verified that everything we had experienced was indeed the sisters. The house no longer stands as it was burnt down in a fire, but I wonder if the little girls are still there. And who was that man? Someone was in my room. This all happened a long time ago when I was living with my dad. This was around the age of 17, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. Dad had recently bought a townhouse in the city. I'd gotten my own room on the second floor. It was a rectangular room with a single window opposite the door. Once you walked in there was a huge tall bookcase straight ahead. It was protruding from the left-hand wall, with my bed right behind it. To your right was like a corner desk with a computer along with the right-hand side wall. There's like a keyboard stand next to an old swivel chair that I inherited from my grandparents. I'd never felt anything off about my room prior to the events I'm about to tell you, and all of this occurred over the span of about a week or two. Everything started with the feeling of being watched. You know that creepy sensation crawling up your skin, hair standing on end, making your muscles tense and your heartbeat speed up? Happened late at night when I had crawled into bed after turning off the light. The room somehow felt a bit colder than usual. Pulled up my duvet to cover the tip of my nose, while willing whatever was in my room to go away. After some time had passed, the feeling of being watched completely vanished. I could finally fall asleep. But the sensation returned the following night. In fact, it started happening every night, relentlessly building in intensity until I could distinctly feel the presence of someone sitting in the chair opposite my bed, watching me. It was without a doubt the presence of a man, but I still tried to deny it. To will his presence away, I guess. But it was as if I, resisted more, and he would make himself known. The chair started moving on its own, spinning gently from side to side. There was no way for me to deny it any longer. Something, or rather someone, was in my room and he wasn't alive. The exact moment I admitted it to myself, the moment I asked who he was, what he wanted, the chair stopped moving. He had gotten up and I could feel him walking toward me, the air growing ever so slightly colder with each step. Once he was standing right beside my bed, I'd already pulled the duvet all the way over my head. What happened next, though, was really weird. I stopped feeling afraid. Stunned by the realization, I slowly pulled the duvet back down, only to be surprised by the sight of a young and very handsome man standing next to me. He reached out to touch my cheek, and it was really odd because I could actually feel his fingers on my skin. Yet at the same time, it didn't feel entirely real. I remember asking again who he was and why he was there, but he only smiled and told me that he simply wanted to see me again before we left. Although I knew for a fact that I hadn't met him before. At the same time, he did feel familiar, as if we had known each other before, when I wasn't who I am now, I guess. Strangest feeling. When I studied his face, the look in his eyes filled with something I could only describe as love. But it was the kind of love you harbor for your significant other. He also looked young in his 20s, made me a bit concerned. I asked if he had been around the age when he had died. He smiled again and told me no. He had lived a happy long life, died an old man. He simply appeared as this younger version of his former self because he thought, I'd feel more comfortable with that. It was such an odd conversation looking back, but then something even more strange happened. Once we had finished our conversation, he told me that it was his time to go. I was still lying in bed in the bookcase right behind my head in a complete dark room when suddenly a warm, bright light lit up the darkness from behind me. It was as if somebody had captured the sun, put it in my bookcase. Then he was simply gone. Never felt his presence ever again after that night, and I've never experienced anything like that since. I think my dog saw something. So I've honestly never believed in ghosts, but I absolutely love to watch haunted explorers, even though I could never. I've always found it interesting, but I've never had a paranormal experience myself. Until now, I think. I don't know, maybe. I'm weirded out for sure, though. Anyways, every night I take my dog on a 1 to 2 mile walk. We're in Texas, so we wait a while till the sun goes down to go for a walk. We've been doing this for over a year, and I've never been weirded out or scared until now. Especially because people say dogs can sense more than we can. Well, as we just left the house, not even for 2 minutes, turn on another road, my dog literally freezes for about 40 seconds. And I mean he froze, didn't even blink. I'm telling him to come on, but he's blanking, staring out in the distance. I see absolutely nothing, but I have such a weird feeling. Feeling I never felt before, and a feeling I can't describe. It's never in over a year that I've had him acted like this. Even the look he had in his face was almost like pure terror. This dog loves his nightly walks. He's a giant Alaskan Malamute, 110-pound beast. He's a puller on a leash. But when I tell you he pulled me so hard to run back home, I'm still surprised he didn't bust my ass. He usually pulls on the leash when he sees a cat or a squirrel to try to kill it, but never to come back to the house. Y'all think I'm just being weird, or maybe you've seen something. It was just a weird situation, and now he refuses to even go outside. Which is weird enough, because he usually aggravates the living crap out of me to go on a walk. My paranormal experiences. I've had a few experiences over the years. The most terrifying ones were in this house I lived in from the age of about 9 or 10 until I was about 16. I shared a room with my older sister at the time, and it was quite a large room. We both had single beds, and mine was directly opposite the bedroom door on the left side of the room, and hers was on the opposite side of the room but facing the same direction. One night I was woken up in the middle of the night by something physically poking me from behind my left ear twice. I almost slept on my right side and was saying, "Hello, hello." I woke up all blurry-eyed and looked at the end of the bed to see a figure standing there. I hid under the covers, absolutely terrified for maybe 20-30 seconds, and eventually mustered up the courage to take another look. I pulled back the covers to see the figure had moved and was now standing at the end of my sister's bed. At that point, I hid back under the covers, and I think I just passed out from fear. I could still feel the pressure behind my ears. That's from where I'd been poked when I woke up in the morning. After that experience, I wasn't able to sleep with my ear out of the covers until I was nearly an adult. Even for, a couple of years after I moved out of that house. I was so scared it would happen again. I didn't tell anyone at the time, but I told my sister a few years ago. She admitted to me that she had also woken up once in that room to see someone standing over her. There was a couple more experiences in that house. Another one was the first night my mom ever left me alone in the house. This was after my siblings had moved out and gone, to university. I was upstairs in my room when all of a sudden I hear my dog, who rarely barked, start barking downstairs. I come out of my room, look down the stairs to see the front door wide open, and my dog just stood there barking at it. I go down to close it, take a look outside, see no one even close by, and nobody had come in the house. Apparently, the woman who lived in that house previously to us had died there. I imagine our bedroom was likely where she passed. I've had a few more experiences in recent years, and in different houses. Shortly after my my dad's mom, passed 3 years ago, I woke up one night for seemingly no reason. I only ever wake up in the middle of the night if I need a toilet or someone physically wakes me, and this was the house I rented with a friend. I opened my eyes and I saw someone stood there. It didn't scare me. I shut my eyes, not thinking much of it. Then I thought to myself, hang on. Opened my eyes again and they were still there. I blinked, still there. Turned my lamp on and then they vanished. Sure, it was my gran. I wasn't scared at all, and the figure was her height and her build. I was also woken up around the same time to someone gently touching my arm. Again, I'm sure it was her. My gran and I were close. She passed during COVID from cancer, and 2 days before her funeral I caught COVID and wasn't allowed to attend, which is horrible. That sucks. I wrote something for the funeral celebrant to read on my behalf, I guess, but I had to watch it on live stream. I felt so guilty I couldn't be there even though I was out of my control. I think those experiences were just her letting me see her one last time, telling me it was okay. I've dreamed of her once since then. I know she's always looking after me as she did when she was alive. Also, after my nan, my mom's mom, died around 6 months after my gran, Went to go stay at my mom's one night. This was a few days after she brought some of her ashes home. The living room light flickered when I walked into the room. This had also happened when my brother had gone round one night for my mother. Only happened since her ashes were brought home. I also saw a dog toy move completely by itself the same night the light flickered. Again, I'm sure it was just my Nan just letting us know that she was there. She was okay. I miss both my grandmothers very much. Our photo album fell off the bookshelf. It was the 3rd of November last year around 11:40 a.m. I was just playing a game on my PC, killing some time waiting for lunch. That's when I suddenly hear a loud noise behind me. I wasn't shaken or anything, thinking it was just our cat playing and pushing things around like the usual. I looked behind me and I saw our photo album on the floor. I looked around and I realized I was alone in the room. If it was our cat, I would have seen it run out since the door next to me is my PC. I quickly looked up and thoroughly investigated to see if something pushed it off our bookshelf, thinking it was a rat or something, but I did not see anything. The second thing I did is I took this photo and immediately felt goosebumps all over my body. There were multiple photos scattered on the floor since the whole box that fell was our old pictures from the early 2000s, including the photo album. Among the pictures were old neighbors, my mom and dad's old mates and some family relatives. I immediately told my family, and my uncle told me the same thing happened to him. It was a book that fell on the same bookshelf. I was so scared of this room when I was a kid because we used to have a bunker bed here. We would hear footsteps and light taps on the top of the bed at night before going to sleep. We only used the top of the bed as storage. That's also where our bookshelf is located. But since we removed the bunker bed and replaced it with a cabinet, the tapping sounds just stopped. I highly believe this is related to the photo album that fell. It's strange though. It's been years since the bunker bed incident. So in the UK you guys call bunk beds bunker beds, which means that they were probably originally called bunker beds, huh? Did a part of my uncle's soul went home without its body? My mom told me a story about my Uncle Vin. It was around 2008 when my mom, dad, and Uncle Derek were waiting for Uncle Vin to come home from work. It was his birthday and they were planning to have a little party and drink till morning. It was already past 6 p.m. and that was the time of my uncle's clock out, so they waited for him to come home. My dad, a welder who was working on a metal door in our open garage, apparently saw my uncle's silhouette walk by. He didn't look at him directly since he's working on a metal door, but he saw him in his far peripheral vision with his blue work uniform. Meanwhile, Uncle Derek was in our backyard and saw Uncle Vin through the window. He was entering his room. He quickly went inside to greet him, but when he opened the door, nobody was inside. He looked around the room, checked behind the door, but he wasn't even there. He felt a shiver down his spine and he quickly ran to my mom and dad and told them about what he had seen. My dad wasn't buying it, since he also saw Uncle Vin walk by, so they went inside looking for him. They shouted his name and checked every room. It wasn't inside our house. Frightened by what they experienced, my dad and uncle decided to visit him at work since it's been 1 or 2 hours since his clock out. But when they got there, he already had clocked out of work. They talked to his manager and told him that my uncle went out for a drink with his work buddies. They shrugged it off, went home thinking it was safe. But when 10 p.m. arrived, Uncle Vin finally came home with blood all over his uniform. What happened apparently was after clocking out, him and his buddies went to a bar for a quick drink to celebrate his birthday. One of his buddies accidentally bumped into some drunkards. His buddy immediately apologized and went back to their table, thinking everything was good. That was until they went home. After leaving the bar, they parted ways, and as my uncle was entering a taxi cab, one of his friends pulled him out of the cab and pointed in the opposite direction. His buddy was getting beaten up by the drunkards. Quickly ran up and helped, and a brawl started. As he was punching one of them, another drunk removed his belt, and my uncle realized it was a solid steel buckle. Wow. Drunk swings the buckle toward my uncle's head, but thankfully one of his friends helped and stopped it. One brawl later, and the drunkard got arrested. During the investigation, one of the drunk men apparently had a knife. After my uncle finishes his story, they realized that Uncle Vin almost got killed. If it weren't for one of his friends, the steel buckle could have fractured his skull. He could have gotten stabbed with that knife, too. This is where the questions came pouring in. What did they see that entered our house? Was it my uncle's soul, his ghost? But he's still alive. My mom theorizes that it's part of my uncle's soul, not realizing what had happened. Went home like his daily work-to-home routine. My aunt's grandma. My aunt used to tell us ghost stories back then, but this was the scariest one that she had ever told. She lives in a fairly big house with 3 floors, and that's with her mom and her little sister. She was in college back then, and she invited her 2 schoolmates to have a chill, vibey night there to de-stress from their schoolwork. They arrived at the house around 6 or 7 p.m. The 2 guests sat in the living room watching TV while my aunt's in the kitchen preparing food and drinks. Around an hour passes by, and they were fairly drunk from the alcohol they drank. My aunt goes to the bathroom to take a piss. Then the 2 guests heard a door opening from the 2nd floor. Footsteps coming down the stairs were heard. It was my aunt's grandma coming down from the 2nd floor bedroom. The guests looked at her, and she looked pissed. She stood just below the stairs and stared at them. They greeted her, but she didn't respond. She slowly walks up to the guests, puts her hand close to one of the girls, pinches her arm really hard. She started yelling and told them to quiet it down because they were being really loud at night. They apologized to her and told her that they'd be loud anymore, and rather wouldn't be. She let go of her arm and walks back up the stairs without saying a word. My aunt goes back to the living room, and when she looks at her schoolmates, they're being awfully quiet. She asks them, "What happened? Why is the TV not open? Why are y'all so quiet all of a sudden?" Her schoolmates looked at her and told her the whole story of what just happened. My aunt responded, "Grandma, my grandparents don't live here." Her schoolmates started freaking out, telling her to stop joking around like that and it's not funny. One of her schoolmates said, "Look, I even have a bruise where she pinched me." And there it was, 2 light bruises in her arm from where she got pinched. She told them she wasn't joking, invited them upstairs to show them that there was only 3 of them living in the house. The girl that got pinched started crying, telling her that they should head home. That's what they did. Now, I've been at that house before. In my cousins, at least. We used to have a sleepover on the 2nd floor bedroom. We've experienced a lot of ghost sightings there. One night, my cousin Kirby had trouble sleeping. When he looked at the end of the bed, he saw something staring at him. He described it looking like a demon, just glaring at him with red eyes. My cousin Mark also saw the same demon my cousin described, but it was on a different occasion. He was also in the same bedroom, but he saw it outside the door, walking down the stairs. The only experience I've had in that house is the footsteps coming down the stairs. It was during Halloween when me, my uncle, and 3 cousins were drinking in the living room. We were telling each other ghost stories about the house, and then suddenly I hear the footsteps coming down from the stairs. Told them to quiet it down and heard it as well. Me and my uncle laughed it off, but deep down I was scared as hell. I asked my cousin about their experience living there, and she told me that they're pretty much used to it. They would even greet it whenever they hear it or see something. I guess it's a good way to cope with it, but man, it's like they accepted it inside their home and now it's living there with them. It's like part of their family. They already did 3 house blessings in that house. My grandma told me. The thing is, it hasn't stopped the haunting house. Some guests experience sightings despite blessing the house multiple times and putting up crosses. I always refuse to sleep in that house every time we go there. There's something evil in that home, and I'm not going to stay there at night. The area where the house is located used to be a field where apparently they dumped bodies back in World War II. But I don't know if that's just a hoax. I saw her doppelganger clinging on her back. When I was a kid, my parents told me that I have a third eye. Here in the Philippines, if you can see ghosts and apparitions, it means you have awoken your third eye, an eye which you use to see spirits. The reason they told me this is because I keep seeing things when I was little. My mom's grandmother, a child that was in her house, and my story today, my cousin's doppelganger. It was around dinner time, and me and my cousin Sharika would go around the house playing. I would chase her around the house playing tag and giggling. My mom calls for us to eat dinner. Remember, it was fried chicken because when I was about to finish my food, my cousin would ask me if I could play hide and seek. As a kid, that was my favorite game, and I agreed. I started counting while I was munching on that good-ass fried chicken. My cousin started hiding. After counting to 10, I started my search while still holding the fried chicken in my right hand. Not gonna lose that. The first room I searched was my uncle's bedroom. Looked behind the door, and lucky enough, I found her immediately. Meanwhile, my mom and my aunt were in the kitchen conversing. That's when suddenly I started running and crying toward them. My mom asked me what happened, and I told them what I saw. I saw Sharika clinging behind my cousin Sharika. Now, to this day, I still remember what I saw. There were two of my cousin Sharika behind the door. It was clinging on her back, peeking behind her shoulder, smiling at me. The reason I still remember this is because it was the one and only encounter with the doppelganger. And also, my mom took a photo of me holding a fried chicken while crying because she found it funny. Now, I'm not quite sure if it was really a doppelganger or ghostly disguised as my cousin, but still a scary encounter nonetheless. I was only 7. Wish I could find that photo of me, though. Someone was following us. Back in 2010, my mom and 2 aunties from my father's side went to college to pursue teaching. The area where the college is located is more of a countryside. It's a beautiful area, but when the night comes, it gets really dark. It was still a developing city. The street lights aren't that bright. It was around 8 p.m. We were heading back home from college. They only walked back home every day since it was only a 5 to 10 minute walk. My mom was at the front while 2 of my aunties were behind her walking and conversing. When she looked behind, she noticed someone was tailing them. She didn't think of it that much since the girl behind my aunties were also wearing the same college uniforms as them. As they were walking down her street, my mom was dumbfounded when the street dogs started barking. They were very familiar with the street dogs that live near us. The dogs would even wag their tail every time they walked past them. They'd give them treats every day. That's when my mom started to grow suspicious. They lived at the end of the street, and yet the girl is still behind them. My aunts noticed my mom keeps looking behind them. When they were finally at the gate of our house, she kind of peeked behind them once more. But the girl she saw wasn't there anymore. My mom told them that someone was following us. My aunt raises their eyebrow. Huh? Nobody's there. My mom then told them that a girl with the same college uniform as them was tailing them. My aunties told my mom that when she started looking behind. They started looking behind as well. But no one there. The thing is my mom was pregnant with my little brother at the time, living in a province at night. Somebody pregnant, it's scary as hell here in the Philippines. There's a folklore here about the mythical creature called Manananggal. Manananggal. It's told that Manananggals prey on pregnant women. It can sever its own upper torso, grow bat-like wings to fly and hunt at night. Usually its really long tongue to suck out the fetus out of a pregnant woman's womb. Whoa. Excuse me. I don't normally believe in these things, but when I started hearing some noise crawling on her roof when my mom was pregnant, I was scared shitless. My grandma would put cloves of garlic and salt around the house, especially on windows, treating it like a vampire. Now, I don't know if my mom saw a ghost or some mythical creature, but it's still a creepy story that she still tells us to this day. As far as creature descriptions go, that one's scary. Possible paranormal experience. So this just happened last night. I live in a 4-bedroom apartment with 3 roommates. We decided to watch The Conjuring 2 last night. You know, to prepare for The Nun this weekend. I've seen the film a dozen times. It's long since been scary to me. Maybe it's just because of the film being fresh in my mind, but I had some strange experiences when I went to bed, particularly during my dreams. The first nightmare took place around 3:30 a.m. I was in some sort of an isolated basement with 2 elevators. I watched as a man walked inside one, but didn't press any buttons. I walked into the other and picked a floor. The elevator began to move up, and as I reached my floor, the man came out of nowhere in the elevator and attacked me. I woke up instantly, but it was only half asleep. I remember laying in my bed, but I was completely frozen in fear. An involuntary fear, like a primal fear. I was facing the wall. I couldn't move, and every hair on my body was standing on end. I attempted to make a sound, but it just came out as a wheezing. I had a feeling that whatever was doing this to me was behind me. I wouldn't dare to turn around. I might have fallen back asleep, and when I woke up again, around 5, I scanned my empty room. My next nightmare took place around 5:15. Only lasted 10 minutes. Fell back asleep and had another dream that felt very lucid. And what makes me assume it was lucid was my ability to make conscious, reasonable decisions. So in the dream, I woke up in my bed and I was petrified and frozen yet again. Something invisible was holding me down and I couldn't move to sit up. I tried, but it pushed me back down on the bed, and I remember attempting to pray out loud, but it was extremely difficult to even speak out loud at all. I managed to get some prayers out and the torture seemed to stop. I remember processing the situation in my dream, and I wanted to run out of the room and get my roommates. When I woke up, I was laying in the same position I had just been 15 minutes before. So I knew it was a dream. I am a Christian, born and raised, and no real fear of demons. I know that they can't possess those who have salvation, but still can oppress them with trial and tribulation. I assume that's what's been happening last night, possibly to prevent me from experiencing something God ordained today. I don't know. Maybe it was just crazy or realistic nightmares. Let me know what you think. The Feather. We're several years out of college now, but there's one particular breakfast franchise that we would frequent, still do to this day. One afternoon, this friend, we're going to call him Nick, he goes to one of these breakfast restaurants for lunch, notices a man watching him inside the restaurant. The man is an employee, seemingly indigenous with long dark hair, and throughout the visit just keeps giving Nick the evil eye. After he finishes, Nick goes up to the counter to pay. As the man steps behind the register to take his money, Nick, being a nice guy, apologizes for anything that he might have done to offend the indigenous man. The employee smiles, reassures him that he didn't do anything, he's just been having a rough day. As a token of his remorse, offers Nick a beautiful feather. Nick's thrilled by the gift and gladly accepts, and after paying the check, goes happily on his way. At the end of the day, Nick returns to his dorm room at our university, leaves the feather in his dresser, locks his door, goes to bed. Late into the night, he's awakened by the sound of knocking at the door. Getting up, he checks the peephole. Nobody's there. Gets into the bed, and again comes this knocking, swifter and harder. Again, nobody's there, and the doorknob starts shaking, turning back and forth. Somebody wants into Nick's room. Going to the peephole, doorknob still shaking violently, he sees nothing on the other side. Nick is filled with dread. The realization sets in that this has something to do with the feather. Eventually, the sounds at the door stop, but Nick didn't get much sleep that night. The next day he gets rid of the feather. For a while he stops going to that breakfast place too. I never saw the man working at that breakfast place. There's many franchises of that same restaurant in our city, but as far as I know, that man no longer works at any of them. I don't know much about Native American culture, but I'm aware that feathers may be held in a high regard. The animals that they come from are often sacred, especially eagles, feathers of which are even illegal for non-indigenous people to own. I'm really not sure what it means for the kinds of medicine or folk magic that can be performed with such feathers. So if anybody has better insight on what this might mean, I'd be very interested to learn more. I'm also extremely glad Nick didn't open that door. Only certain people are allowed to own feathers, huh? That's interesting. The Old Homestead. I grew up in rural Nebraska, and as our house is quite old, we've had a number of unusual occurrences. I'm an adult now, but I wanted to make sure I wrote down these memories before the slow march of time fades them away. Please enjoy my childhood ghost stories. When I was 7 years old, my family moved from suburban Omaha to the countryside of northern Nebraska, the same region where my father was born and raised. We purchased an old homestead built in the 1800s, renovated it to fit our growing family. I remember being amazed when my dad showed me the ancient logs they'd extracted from the walls while remodeling the home, proving the incredible age of the structure. Dad held onto the logs and believed they're still in a shed somewhere on the property. When the house was finally ready for us to move in, no activity immediately began, at least to my knowledge. Being an amalgamation of old cabin, a farmhouse, a bungalow, and then a modern construction, the house became something of a labyrinth to navigate. It was easy to get spooked while retrieving a can of tomato preserves from the basement or trying to find the bathroom at night in the long hallway. But I don't remember anything particularly paranormal until after we lived there for a fair amount of time. I was 10 when my youngest sister was born. As infants are prone to waking up several times at night, my other two sisters and I shared a bedroom. We had bunk beds, and a toddler bed, and all in this one room. I slept on the top bunk, and often my younger sister, they'd be below. They would get scared in the middle of the night and get out of bed and ask my dad to lie down on the floor beside her until she could fall asleep. He'd reluctantly comply, pretty much almost every time. And so often I saw the top of my dad's head go past the top bunk as he led my sister back to bed. However, I remember one night seeing the top of his head go past my bed. Not more than a moment later, I looked over the ledge to watch my dad put my sister back in the bed, only to find that my sister, fast asleep, just in her bed. Dad nowhere to be found. Initially I was confused, but then I remembered that I didn't hear any footsteps when I saw the head pass by. My dad's a rather noisy walker, even when he's trying to be quiet. But in my young mind, I chalked it up to seeing things that weren't there and forgot about it. At least until my mom started asking me if I'd ever been experiencing odd things in the house. My mother would ask me this after I reported to her that I'd seen a woman in her house that I don't know. Because the homestead was so remote, we'd often have to rise before the sun in order to catch the school bus. So in the dark and early morning, I'd brush my teeth, change into my school clothes, and turn on the leaves in the bathroom and get some breakfast. Turn on the leaves. I saw a woman with brown hair, the features of her face obscured, dressed in a white flowing dress. I initially didn't do a double take, as I thought maybe my mom, who also has brown hair, maybe stepped into the bathroom without my hearing. I left the door open while I brushed my teeth. But this strange feeling just overtook me. I did look back no more than a moment after seeing her. The woman was gone. The apparition had completely vanished, basically. I staggered backwards out of the bathroom into the hallway, almost more confused than scared. But pretty frightened nonetheless. I told my dad and then my mom when I got home from school. That's when she'd asked if I'd experienced anything else that might be paranormal, or as she called it, spiritual. So I told her about the woman in white, as well as the shadow I'd seen pass by my bed. But then there was one other story I'd almost forgotten about, and one that she'd forgotten also. It wasn't more than a few months earlier that I was in my dad's makeshift basement office, doing homework on the only desktop computer our family owned. That's when I heard a voice behind me. "That's some nice work, Sonny," the voice said. Pretty clearly, I recognized it as my grandmother. Great-grandma Alice lived a few miles up the road in a farm of her own. It's pretty common that she'd visit. "Thanks, Grandma." I was engrossed in my work and finished a little bit later, and coming back upstairs, I asked my mom if Grandma Alice had already gone home. She looked at me sort of quizzically, said that Grandma had never been over. I told her that I just heard her voice downstairs. "You must be hearing things," she said, returning food as she was preparing for dinner. While my mom was dismissive at the time, when she asked if I'd ever experienced anything spiritual in the house, she began taking notes, listing off everything I'd seen and heard. I guess there is something of a spiritual sensitivity that runs in her side of the family. She, as well as my grandparents, had several stories of ghostly and demonic encounters that I'd love to share in further posts. I have another story that took place in that house rather recently that I'm compelled to share. It's incredibly personal, though, and it's an experience of my mother's, not really mine. As a child, my deathly fear of ghosts became a fascination. And still, as an adult, I love hearing a good ghost story. Now, 20-some-odd years later, my wife is pregnant with her first kid. I'm eager to see if my family's sensitivity passes to our baby as well. My childhood friend named Keith. I had a childhood friend named Keith. He was my dad's friend first, a handyman. Curly blonde hair, light eyes, beach bum tan, probably in his late 30s, early 40s. He would also kid sit, as we called it. Babysit. I must have been like 10, maybe 11. He let me watch my first R-rated movie, I Came in Peace, with Dolph Lundgren. He was that really cool guy you get to know in your childhood when you just start feeling like you're growing up. Keith let me tag along with him throughout the house as he installed our alarm system. To me, he was like a hero. His tool belt like any superhero's gadget belt. I explored other worlds with him, and I got to go into the house to explore that crawl space. There was this gross section to my left that was nothing but cobwebs. I hate spiders. I also got to climb up a ladder into our attic for the first time. That, and to check out the crawl space above my parents' bedroom. Then one day I remember my father telling me Keith passed away. He was the first person I knew that wasn't alive anymore. I was at my grandparents' house, and my parents didn't want to tell me how he died. But later on in life, I found out he fell asleep at the wheel and went straight under a parked semi in the most gruesome fashion. I don't think my father ever really fully recovered from Keith's death either. One evening not long after Keith's death, my mom, my sister, and I were hanging out in the kitchen. It was night and we were standing in the triangle. The door to the right of us is my parents' bedroom door, and it was open. No one was in there, just the three of us. While the lights were on, the conversation trickled to a halt. We all were hearing something above us. We first thought the sound was coming from the attic, but no, it was the crawl space, the last place Keith had been working in. What we were hearing were heel-to-toe footsteps. They're pacing back and forth. Must have gone on for a minute or so, heel-to-toe, no doubt. We all recognized the same thoughts in each other's faces. We knew immediately it was Keith. I remember my mom telling him it was okay and he's safe. Walking stopped. To this day, my mom and my sister and I still consider this a single, solitary, supernatural event the three of us experienced together. Miss Keith. Unexplainable Halloween night for me and my siblings. It all happened around 13 years ago. I was about 14 years old, and I'll always remember that late evening. Bit of context first. We're 8 siblings, 4 girls, 4 boys, raised only by Mom, and Dad lucked out on us a few years prior to the event I'm about to tell. We grew up quite modest. Mom was the only breadwinner. We didn't have a lot. We were living in a rental that was just a bathroom, a small hallway, a living room that doubled as a bedroom for the girls, and Mom in a kitchen. Also doubled as a bedroom for the boys. So anyway, we were a content Christian family. It was the 31st of October and we were only 7 at home. My oldest sister was out and my mom was at work. Me being the second one, I was in charge. It was about 7 p.m. We were all living in the room, in the living room, minding our business. Some of us were playing with some toys. I was painting. A few were watching TV. It was quite peaceful, just waiting for Mom to come home. Suddenly, my younger brother said, "Hey guys, do you hear that?" I turned on the TV volume and listened. Or turned down. From across the hallway, connecting 2 main rooms, we could all clearly hear a repetitive high-pitched banging. It was just as like somebody was repeatedly hitting a spoon on a cup. We all stood frozen. Went on for a few minutes and then we stopped. All bundled up together, we slowly crept out and ran into the kitchen. On the table, there was some stuff like bread, butter, a jar with a spoon in it. We just ate and we didn't put stuff away. We got close and tried to mix the jam and the spoon, and sure enough, it was the same sound. At this point, we didn't know what the deal was, and we were pretty well creeped out. The sound we heard couldn't have been, what the heck did they just write here? Anyway, it couldn't have been something like the wind. It was very deliberate, and it went on for a few minutes, so just a spoon falling off or something like that. Put things away, went back to the living room. That's when the horror really started. I kid you not. Around the whole house, there was unexplainable bangings. We could hear footsteps in the hallway, above us from the attic, around us from the halls. We all started crying, got into bed, and all bundled up praying. It all went like this for a few minutes, and suddenly we heard the house door open. It was Mom. She just came back from work. It all stopped. Needless to say, we all jumped on her, hugging her and crying. Told her what happened, and she was shocked. We never had, an experience like that when we get together. We sometimes talk about it. It was one of the most scary things that ever happened to us. We all heard the same things. We didn't see anything, but the sounds were real. I think it might have been something like a demonic attack that wanted to create fear in us on one of the darkest nights of the year. Demonic nightmares. Lately I've been having some nightmares. I'm not sure if I should be worried. The first nightmare happened a few months ago. I dreamt that I was looking at myself from above, lying in bed screaming like a demon to leave me alone and to get out of me. Then I woke up in the exact same position I was seeing myself in the nightmare at exactly 3 a.m. The second nightmare was 2 days ago. It messed with me even more. I dreamt that a family member tried to poison me. When I looked in the mirror after they did it, I was covered in sores and pale, had purple lips. At first they said in the dream that they'd never do that, but then they start laughing. This creepy, demonic laugh, and their face changed. Out of nowhere, a cross appeared around my neck, and they started laughing and mocking me, saying they'd already prepared my coffin. At this moment, I grabbed the cross and held it close to my chest, closed my eyes. Woke up again at 3 a.m. After I woke up, I heard knocking sounds coming from the wall in my room for about an hour. Since that last dream, I've been wearing a necklace with a little cross on it. Since then, I've had this constant feeling of unease, like something's not right, and it's always there, lurking in the back of my mind. Also, every night my dog randomly starts barking in the hallway near my bedroom door, staring at the front door of the house like someone's there. What did I encounter in the middle of the night in rural BC 15 years ago? I'm going to assume that stands for British Columbia. This experience is one I never shared with anybody besides my brother. When I was about 13, I was living in rural BC. One night I was in the hot tub in the deck outside, just watching the woods, taking in the silence. It was wintertime and we just recently had snowfall that left around knee-height deep of snow. It was 2 or 3 a.m., and out of nowhere this very large wolf, bigger than the one I've ever seen, came out of the woods. I remember its coat being a shimmering silver and its bright piercing green eyes. As this wolf was walking along the fence of our paddocks, it locked eyes with mine and we just kind of stared at each other as he walks past me, both alone in the middle of the night in the middle of nowhere. This happened next, till the day, instantly makes a spin shiver. Whoa, I believe that they're saying that their spine shivers next. That is as a wolf walked past as he walked toward our barn with our horses in it. It became darker as it entered the barn, but the other side of the barn still had a bright light illuminating the outside that I could clearly see. This wolf, as it entered, halfway through, it went from the shape of a wolf to a very large, broad-shouldered person. The horses didn't make a single noise, and this person that now stood roughly 7 feet tall rounded the corner toward the open field, but didn't emerge from the other side, and I never saw it again. My brother had his own encounter with the same wolf, I'm guessing, but he told me that he woke up randomly one night from the feeling of being watched. He then looked out his window to see a very large wolf walking away from his window. I'm guessing it was watching him sleep. This place we lived at was old native ground. Our barn was an old schoolhouse where the Catholic priest would put the native children and teach them lessons on Christ. It even had the old desk and chairs inside still. My brother and I both saw children's faces in the panes of glass from that barn and lights turning on randomly. We'd closet doors slam repeatedly for minutes at a time, footsteps and feelings of being watched. In my room, I saw glowing red eyes in the ceiling, hid underneath my covers till morning. So anyway, my main subject of this post, and what I'm more seeking answers for, is what did I encounter outside in the middle of the night? After I looked around myself, the closest thing I could find was skinwalkers or wendigos. But from what I read, these creatures have deformed features or things that make them uncanny or straight up horrific. What I saw, nothing struck me as abnormal about this wolf, besides its massive size, until it literally changed its entire form right in front of me. The bag that never existed. I've always had a thing for luxury goods, but I'm not the type to splurge on them. Instead, I enjoy finding high-quality dupes of the same items I love at more reasonable prices. However, my recent trip to Houston left me with a rather eerie experience that still gives me chills. During my visit to the Galleria, something sure you've seen before, there were 2 Prada stores. One was an outlet, the other was a regular store. There wasn't a significant difference between the two, despite variations in stock and size. I found myself visiting both stores on different occasions. As my friends were busy checking out and buying bags, while I was on the lookout for one to add to my collection. During my first visit to one of the Prada locations, I struck up a conversation with a friendly older gentleman. He seemed to be setting up a new stock. He even took the time to chat with me about the items while I was admiring a particular bag. It looked like a large green suede art key, and it wasn't and had a few hardware upgrades. I was so captivated by the bag that I failed to retain much of what he had said about the collection. Although I regret not taking a picture of the bag, which is something I usually do when I come across a piece I like. I distinctly remember him encouraging me to pick up the bag. It was one of the most exquisite bags I'd ever laid my eyes on, soft and absolutely stunning. As we conversed, my friends eventually pulled me away. The next day, consumed by the desire to see the bag again, I made a point to stop by both Prada locations to take a picture of it. It was also because I wasn't sure which location had it anyways. To my surprise, the bag was nowhere to be found. Neither store seemed to recall ever having it in stock. This baffled me. I contemplated various explanations for the strange occurrence. Perhaps the man had sold it already and inadvertently displayed unreleased stock and miscommunicated. So I asked my friends if they remembered anything. They didn't see the bag, but they do remember me talking about one on the way home. so I definitely didn't dream it. I ended up going on a wild goose chase, scouring the internet and past collections to no avail. I even reached out to multiple Prada stores, including the one in Houston, others in different cities. None of them could shed any light on the mysterious bag. Some even assured me that their system kept old records, current and upcoming stock, making it highly unlikely that the bag had ever existed. It's as if the bag belonged to another dimension altogether. It was a bizarre and unnerving experience. I can only hope that I never encounter something like it again. If anybody can debunk my experience or help me find out what the bag actually was, I'd be forever grateful. The whole ordeal has left me genuinely bewildered. Sounds like you need one of those police sketch artists. And a hypnotist. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the unknown awaits at every turn. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications to follow our latest spine-chilling stories. Prepare for a supernatural adventure, moving back into my childhood haunted house. I just moved back in my parents' house. Find myself reflecting on the paranormal experiences my family's had here. There have been many, so this post will be lengthy. I'm going to give my own encounters chronologically, then share my family's. I'm hoping to hear what people think of all of this. For context, the house is over 100 years old, but my family's built upon it over time. The encounters are strongest and most concentrated in the oldest part of the house. People have died in the home, all family, but what we know about those people doesn't match what we've experienced. 1. My earliest encounter was when I was still in a crib, maybe 2 or 3 years old. I have a decent number of memories from this age. There was a daybed perpendicular to the crib against an adjacent wall, with the head next to the crib. I woke up from a nap overcome with panic, started crying for my mom. I looked over to the daybed and I saw that she was there. She was laying on her stomach with her head resting on her hands and her feet bobbing behind her as if she was like posing for a picture, smiling at me. I felt a sense of relief for a moment, called out to her again. She didn't react, instead kept grinning and staring. The dread feeling returned tenfold. I began screaming for my mom, sensing that what I was looking at was not her. My mom rushed into the room and picked me up. When I looked back at the daybed, it was empty. My sisters and I agree. That room is the scariest in the house. 1.5. I used to have dreams about that room. It would be completely empty with dusty wooden floors instead of carpet. Daylight coming through the windows, making the room kind of pale. In the dream, I'd be sitting crisscross applesauce in the middle of the floor, overcome with the dread feeling and unable to move. A voice would whisper from the closet, though I don't recall if it said anything discernible. The room does have 2 closets, with miniature closets above them for extra storage. When my sister lived in that room, she was terrified of the miniature ones. 2. In 5th grade, I was in the adjacent room doing a school project on the floor. That was by the open doorway to the bathroom. Suddenly, the dread feeling came over me, but I tried to ignore it and kept working. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move and I looked up. A piece of toilet paper had floated from behind the other side of the bathroom wall into the doorway and landed on the floor. I was relieved because it was just a piece of toilet paper and went back to working. That wasn't until I realized I didn't know where it had come from. It was the middle of the night and everyone in the house was asleep. It freaked me out. 3. I used to see people out of the corner of my eye who weren't there. The clearest were children. One was a little girl in an Easter dress standing inside the china cabinet in the dining room downstairs, beneath the rooms I've described. The other was a little boy in a military uniform of some kind standing by the sink in the upstairs bathroom. These were brief, and they were one-offs. 4. In middle school, I lived by the room by the bathroom. and my sisters shared the quote-unquote scary room. I was reading and heard them laughing together, which broke my concentration. I told them to be quiet and they stopped. I continued my book until they started up again. So as an irritable older sibling, I stormed down the hall and into their room to tell them to be quiet again. Nobody was there. I ran down the stairs. Now, for the story my sisters tell. Sister 1 was in the quote-unquote scary room. Sister 2 was in the other. Sister 2 was playing Minecraft. That's when suddenly everything fell off of her mantle. Both rooms had walled-off fireplaces with mantles above them. It's an old fucking house. She thought Sister 1 was throwing stuff at her wall. She went to her room to investigate, only to discover that the same thing had happened with her sister's mantle, and well, they were puzzled by this. Then Sister 1's neck started bleeding, as well as Sister 2's ankle. I find this story a little hard to believe, but my stories are also a little tough to swallow, and we are siblings who grew up in this house together, so I choose to believe them on principle. Another time, Sister 1 was living in the quote-unquote scary room and swore she saw a purple face in the window. Terrified her for months. I found this to be particularly interesting, because even though I never saw that, I always had a sense that I might, even before she described it, though the face I imagined was very different. Now for my mom. I once overheard her tell a story to a friend of mine on the phone. When I asked her about it later, she either didn't remember or was lying about the conversation. But during the phone call, she had described being in a room in the bed. This room was adjacent to the dining room downstairs, still in the old part of the house. She heard the dog come into the room and walk around the bed. She started calling for her. The dog wouldn't come. She looked around for her and realized she wasn't there. She said that she could have sworn she heard and felt something crawling around. And my dad. This is a very short one. Well, we're Southern. He swears he was visited by the boo hag, which he describes as an old woman standing at the edge of his bed holding his feet. Boo hag. That's a new one. Is there a ghost in my house? Any advice for it? I've lived in this house for approximately 8 years. In these years, I've experienced many seemingly paranormal moments. One time a few years ago, my friend was at my house. We were bored, so we decided to play hide and seek. My house is on a big area, so there's a few places to hide. My friend was the seeker. My brother and I hid. I hid in the cupboard while my brother hid behind my garage. My friend found my brother first. They started looking for me. They saw a shadow in the laundry, thought that it had been me, but when my friend opened it, he felt a force pushing it against him. All the doors to the outside were closed. My laundry doesn't have windows. We were also home alone. A regular occurrence is sweaty and stuffy, even the windows opened. I sweat a lot, seemingly only in my house, even during the winter. I can also hear voices and banging noises. When I was younger, I was in bed. It was around 12 a.m. and my family was asleep. I kept hearing thuds and drilling noises from under my bed. I checked under my bed and there was nothing. My room's on the second floor, so another possibility was that it was on the first floor and making noises in the ceiling. I can also wake up with marks on me, generally on my stomach, although it may be for me lying down, strangely. Is there any advice on what to do? Are the spirits friendly? Anything will be helpful. Should I record an investigation? Let me know. I saw my grandfather after his passing. Experienced cold spots. My grandfather, J.W., passed away in '95 on his back porch. He was in his early 60s. His wife threatened him the day before. The next day, he was gone. My dad and his siblings all met at the hospital. He was buried in an unmarked grave, thanks to his second wife taking his money and leaving town. She sold the family home to my aunt before she left. One night I stayed the night with her and woke up to go to the bathroom. My grandfather always wore hats, by the way. I saw him standing by the front door, and I looked at my cousin, and I asked, "Who's by the front door?" She looked at me funny and said that she didn't see anything, but I did. My grandfather was taller than me, but had a firm hand and a strong voice. Anyway, I'd go to my aunt's, and I'd go between the front bedroom behind the door. That was my grandfather's room. In the last bedroom near the kitchen, and I'd feel these cold spots. My uncle passed in 1994 in the same house, different room. I'd say, "All right, Grandpa, I know you're here, it's just me," and stand in one spot. I'd then go to the room my uncle passed in and say the same thing. "Okay, Uncle, I know you're here and it's just me." They'd leave me alone for a few minutes. Was this a warrior's spirit or something darker? I'm a 23-year-old male of Cherokee and Mexican descent. I speak Cherokee and another Native American language. This will play an important part to my encounter. This story happened to me around 5 months ago in April of 2024. It's been a rough year for me. Lots of people in my family have shunned me out and don't want much contact with me anymore because I brought up issues. I brought up issues I had with my mom drinking and her treatment of me all these years. I've been basically alone, as talking about heavy drinking family members kind of shunned in my culture. I was in my backyard sitting by a fire. I was just crying about how can my family do this to me and why. I want to be heard, I don't want to be a victim anymore of abuse, sort of a thing. Just staring at the fire intensely, watching the orange and the yellow flames dancing with each other like they were in peace. Watching this made me think of my two indigenous cultures of North and Central America, blood in my veins dancing with each other as one. Then I started to calm down and I just started chanting. I guess if nobody from my living family will help me, maybe my ancestors, maybe they'll give me a sign. I just needed help. While I was outside, nothing happened. About an hour after, I put my fire out and headed inside. But when I headed inside, I noticed my house was cooler than I remember. I know I was outside, but I don't think going from outside to inside would give me goosebumps in late April. I ignored it because I had to go to the bathroom. I was checking my phone because I noticed I got a notification from a friend on Snap. I was walking into my hallway and I noticed my stepdaughter's room door was open in my peripheral vision. She wasn't home, she was with my wife visiting a friend, then got into town and stayed home because our 1-year-old was asleep. I stayed with her to let her, let them have as much time as they can with her friend. I remember telling her to close her door, and I remembered hearing and watching it close. But as I looked over, my heart just sank into my stomach. A native man wearing buckskin pants with moccasins and a bone chest plate and his black hair covering his face staring at me. I couldn't see his eyes, but I know the feeling when someone's staring at you and you feel nothing but what feels like ice slowly creeping up your body, just freezing me. I stared, no blinking, for 5 seconds. I couldn't stop staring at his right shoulder. He had a red handprint on his shoulder and it was running like it was fresh paint or blood. No motion was made, just like he was frozen in time. I blinked, I felt an intense rush of ice-cold air like needles in my chest opening my eyes. The man was gone. I didn't feel frozen anymore. I believe I welcomed a spirit from my lineage of my mother's side, and her side's all Cherokee. I want to believe that it was one of my ancestors presenting himself as they're still with me, or if I welcomed something else from a dark place with my emotions, my spirit already been down. I burned sage from my garden after my encounter and haven't experienced anything like that again. I still sit up at night in my backyard and at that room wondering what you're trying to show me. Have any of you seen this? The black cloth. About 8 to 10 years ago, I was into the whole watching death videos thing. Save for videos from YouTube or hard stuff from LiveLeak. Well, during a few months period, there was something I had spotted that was very odd in some of these videos. Something that I would catch an eye of every now and then. I'd see it in a video, then over weeks watch 10 more, then suddenly in video 11, there it is again. It was the coolest yet creepiest thing I've seen. I literally figured that it had to be a prank. Somebody was editing random videos and adding it. However, I would instantly jump to the YouTube comments or Lively comments and couldn't ever find a single person mentioning this thing. It always showed up just seconds before the person died. What was it? So, the most memorable video that comes to mind is of a woman trying to exit the universe. She's standing out of a window many stories up as people down below record. Suddenly, there it is, far off in the distance on the side of the building. You see this dark, transparent, cloth-like thing inching its way up in the building, like it's alive. It's moving frantically, then lady jumps. Right as she hits the ground, this cloth thing just goes limp and flutters down to the ground as if it died. Well, that was strange. Another video was a shooting video. I forget the detail, but a man shoots some people, and anyway off in the distance again, on the side of the building, there it is, moving frantically. Then as soon as the trigger is pulled, it falls limp and flutters down. Over the course of a few months, I had seen about 4 or 5 videos where this thing appeared. I then tried looking it up and never found any information. Fast forward to today. I seen that ghost video of the guy going into his room. There's a black cloth-like thing in his window curtain and it shoots down behind the bed. That video instantly reminded of what I'd seen a decade ago. That thing looked exactly like what I'd seen. I'm guessing it was just somebody adding CGI and hoaxing people. Making it out as if this entity's around, as if it feeds off of death. Anyways, figured I'd ask here and see if anybody remembers seeing these videos, with this dark, transparent, cloth-like thing trying to track those videos down. Those are not the type of videos I frequent, so I wouldn't know. Story from a field trip to an old speakeasy. I was on a tour of a carved-out cave thing that was once a speakeasy. It had 1 reported death inside, multiple more suspects. My high school took a field trip there. I was about 17, we got a big tour and everything. I stood at the back of the crowd because I don't like people surrounding or accidentally touching me. I suddenly felt what I thought was a really big cold drop of water hitting right in the area where my neck and shoulder meet. Then it moved down to my shoulder. I touched the area and it wasn't wet in the slightest. It just felt like somebody had dunked their hand in ice water for a minute and then slid it from my neck to my shoulder. I turned around to see something put their hand on my shoulder or something. No one was there. Not even any of the staff or teachers. I kind of just blanked out for a minute or two, looking around confused. Now it gets to the part absolutely no one believes me about, which I honestly don't blame them because it is absurd. I felt a really cold slap on my rear and turned around to see if any of my classmates were being rude. Everybody was already around 5 feet away because the tour was continuing. I tuned out what the tour guide was even saying, which I'm still kind of sad about because it was probably really interesting. I just kind of followed the group and didn't say anything until the tour was over. I didn't get a chance to talk to the tour guide, but I mentioned the shoulder thing without the rear slap part to one of my teachers. He told me one of my classmates said he felt a touch on his back. That might have been code. Native American haunting. We owned a vacation home in Central Florida for several years. It was on a sizable lake and it was surrounded by, but not connected to, many other lakes. A couple hundred years ago, the water levels were higher, so at one point they all connected. It made sense that there would be Native American settlements in the area. Turns out that there was a fairly large village that included our property. It was likely the Potano tribe, or Patano. When the Spanish arrived in Florida, this was one of the villages ravaged by disease. My son found several arrowheads and a Spanish trading bead on site. We had many strange experiences that defy explanation. We'd hear people talking in the garage, items would fly off shelves when no one was near. A few people who knew nothing about the history of the house swore they saw what looked like the face of an N.A. man. Native American man, I'm sure. The weirdest was a small patch of water that would be in the middle of the bedroom floor. It was about the size and shape of an adult foot, and it didn't spread. There was also no source of where the water would have just come up from under the floor. No way somebody could have walked in with wet feet and just left, just in that one spot. The place did have a vibe to it. Not negative, but charged. Mystery of the Phantom Footsteps. The children and I have always been in the habit of sharing spooky stories, whenever they're in the mood for it. One of the things they enjoy is hearing about real-life events of the unexplainable type. I blame YouTube for this. Sorry. Few of you know of the unexplained stories between all the family, many of which revolved around Jerome Street. However, this event occurred on Merrick Street. That's when I was in college. Enjoy. It was late spring or early fall of 2001-2002. I was home alone during the week between classes and before work. No one was home at that day. I awoke, took stock of a surprisingly empty house, ate breakfast, proceeded to attend and do some laundry. I brought my clothes from the second floor. Interesting way to spell clothes, by the way. I brought them to the basement. That's where I proceeded to load the machine. As the water rose, and I began to fill the machine, I distinctly hear what sounded like walking coming from the bedrooms on the top floor. I popped the machine's fill cycle off and listened. Yep, I remember thinking, definitely somebody walking on the second floor. Our Berkeley house is very old. I lived there nearly my whole life. I knew the creaks and cracks of the old flooring and joints very well. This, I could tell, was someone dragging their feet in the hallway on the second floor. That's funny, I thought. When did somebody get home? I stood there listening intently, distinguishing that the person was moving deliberately through the last bedroom on the second floor. I stood very still, attempting to place who it was. The footsteps were heavy, leading me to believe it was either my father or my brother Justin, neither having a soft tread. As I listened, I distinctly heard individual steps being taken on each of the each of the many steps leading to the first floor. Well, I'd better give a call out to whomever's home, I thought. Make sure that they don't lock me down in the cellar. And this has happened on more than one occasion. Dad? I call out. No answer. I again hear slow treading leading down the hallway of the first floor. Deliberate, slow steps heading toward the cellar door. Justin? I call out just once more. The steps paused at the top of the cellar stairs. I wonder to myself why the person doesn't return with my shouts. As I peer around the furnace toward the stairs that lead into the basement, I distinctly hear footsteps fall on the steps leading down towards where I was standing, hunched down in front of my washing machine. I continued to watch, though not really seeing anything. I continued hearing footstep after footstep down the old aging stairs before me in the dark. It's in the cramped space of my parents' basement. Holy cow, I thought. I noticed my heart skipping a beat. This is definitely happening, don't forget this. I remember that I was not in a state of panic, but I began to feel uneasy as if the footsteps descended the staircase. I distinctly recall the sound change as whatever foot struck the last descending stair. An old handmade box that served as the final step, a hollow thud that differed from the sound of each preceding step. I think to myself, I definitely can't believe this, but it's real. Amazingly, the footsteps continued, dragging across the concrete floor of the cellar, purposely taking step after step towards me, standing there alone in the dark of the cellar, mouth wide open. The footsteps stopped less than 3 feet from me. I held my breath, wide-eyed, waiting for some sort of image to appear. Some sort of sensation to overcome me, as they say. You know, ghost hunter shows, they say all that stuff. But to my continued surprise, there was nothing. No sound, no sensation, no image of any sort. Just a young man half-dressed, hunched over, listening to the quickness of his heart in a cold basement early in the morning. The mystery of the phantom footsteps. Need advice / weird question. I'm 21. I've been deeply intuitive my whole life. I feel everything. That includes the spiritual, paranormal aspect of things as well. No stranger to the paranormal either. I've lived in a haunted house for years. Went away after I moved out with the occasional sleep paralysis. Very recently, I met my boyfriend. They shared with me our first date that he was also very intuitive and no stranger to the paranormal either. He had many experiences as well. We bonded over the fact that we both feel things so deeply and have shared experiences of sleep paralysis and the weird feelings of being overly aware of those things. We started seeing each other in July. We started sleeping in the same room, and we started to have sleep paralysis again. When I was there. He shared it with me and we talked about it. I never got any kind of vibe or feeling in his home. I always thought it was very calming until last night. I woke up in his room with him. It was 3:43 a.m. Had to go use the restroom. I sat up to go, but was hit with this overwhelming feeling that I was absolutely terrified. I wasn't sure why. He was asleep right next to me. Couldn't get myself to get up because I was so scared. All I knew to do was to pray. I prayed and prayed and prayed for about 10 minutes for protection, casting out anything that would be causing this. I then get up and go to the restroom and everything was fine. Come back in and lay down, and here's what I thought when I was like half awake and not fully sleeping. A few minutes go by and he gets up, runs to the bathroom, flicks on the light, turns it off, comes back in, sits down on the bed, breathing heavy and freaking out. He begins to tell me that he was really scared and felt like he was going to cry. He said he was awoken from a nightmare in which somebody was saying, "Don't go into the bathroom." And he was half awake and realized that he wasn't in bed and the door was open. The thing that scares me the most is that I didn't tell him I was scared, praying before I got on. He didn't even realize I went to the bathroom. Still haven't told him this information, but I'm horrified. I've never had a spiritual encounter that involved someone else. It was like I was being talked to through someone else. Is something trying to scare me? Is our intuitive, strong energy causing weird things to happen? I'm not sure what to do. Can I have any kind of comment or input? My creepy experience. This happened a few weeks ago. If you walk into my bedroom and take a step to the right, my side of the bed is directly on the other side of the room, straight ahead. So basically, my feet are toward the door when I lay down and I can see out of it. I can't see much though, because laying down, the opening is like an upside down L, pointing to the right. Kinda helps with the story later. So looking at the bed, I'm on the left, the cat in the middle, and the wife on the right furthest from the door. It was around 10 p.m. on a weekday, and I was just in bed looking at Reddit. Put my phone down on the charger and was just laying there thinking about what the next day would be like. So laying on my right side away from the cat and the wife. I have really bad tinnitus. I hear just constant ringing. You and me both. It started to get really bad, which has only happened one time before, when it comes to the point of almost unbearable. Closed my eyes, I must have fallen asleep for like a minute. The noise was gone, I opened my eyes and I saw a red light coming from the outside of her room. I didn't see the source because of the L-shaped opening, but the best way to describe it was an old-school police light going around in a circle. My eyes have never been larger. My mouth was slightly open and it felt like my jaw was locked in place. I let out a very breathy, okay, trying to say babe to my wife, but it's like all there was air. I didn't feel out of breath, just nothing left to exhale. The only way I can describe this next part is years ago I was tased for training. Besides the enormous pain, it locks up your muscles. During the training, I was able to slightly move my arms, but it took everything out of me to do so. Back to the story. I then tried to kick my wife. Since I'm laying on my side, my left leg is on my right kind of bent. I pushed my left leg over, brushing the cat, and couldn't push through to get to my wife. Looked over with my eyes, and the red light again. Must have passed back out. And what felt like just closing and opening my eyes again, my heart was pounding, and I was like, what the fuck just happened? Looked next to me, cat was gone. Got up, checked on the kids, found the cat, sat on the bed, and I had an Apple Watch on, so I looked at my heart rate. It looked like it dropped pretty quickly to 54 beats per measure. After that heart-pumping wake-up, it was 80 beats per measure. This is one of the main reasons I probably dreamt this, but I very rarely, if ever, remember my dreams. Never this detailed exactly how everything is with this positioning. Nothing above was made up, at least knowingly. Very creepy and seriously, how could I explain something like this to my wife and kids? Hey, Santa's fake, but some strange entities can freeze you in place and cause real-life nightmares. Also, no, I didn't see any figures. I do have a camera downstairs that didn't trigger an event, which I figured it wouldn't. Or the 2 cameras out in front in the backyard. Of course, I don't have a camera in the loft. Too many cameras is too many. Black magic experience. A second cousin, late 20s to early 30s. They were looking for a job. He met my dad for some referrals. I'm sure Dad did what he could, but there's only so much one can do. His cousin would drop by once every few months, and we were used to it. He was young and nice in demeanor, nothing out of the ordinary. One time he visited and I made some tea. Did the usual etiquette exchange. My mom wasn't home, and I noticed something weird about him as he looked tensed, and I even saw him pace back and forth on our porch, like something was deeply bothering him. He left after a few hours. A few days later, Mommy found homemade yogurt shoved deep inside the freezer compartment, which was pretty weird because nobody keeps yogurt there. Mom asked everyone in the house, and obviously we hadn't kept it there. Had no idea how it got there. Mommy asked around a few neighbors to check what the food was. That's how she found out that it was good quality homemade yogurt, normally made in households in suburbs and countrysides with cow farms. This cousin lived in the suburbs, basically would have easy access to homemade yogurts. That's a wild claim. Maybe it was her instinct, but Mom took it to a shaman, whom she had known for a long time, and apparently the shaman didn't even let her in with the stuff. Asked Mom to keep it at the door and leave. Later, while trying to deal with the yogurt, the shaman felt an invisible pair of hands squeezing their throat that almost killed them. Jeez. So the conclusion was whoever had brought that thing into her home wanted to basically wipe out her family. Wipe out her family with yogurt. After some thinking, Mommy and I figured out the culprit to be that cousin. The person never set foot in her house post the incident. We would meet him at other relatives' houses about once a year. He spoke normally, but it was never the same for us, and I'd die internally of cringe at his trying to act normal. I would almost die of cringe at not just talking to this person. Just figure it out. Mercury dime, shadow people, and voices. When we moved into an old early 1900s house with my family, I was about 16 and have always been extremely tidy and habitual. I cleaned my half of the upstairs bedroom before moving stuff in. My sister didn't want my half because she felt it was creepy, but we were only separated by a landing at the top of the stairs with no doors. Anyway, I started moving my stuff in the middle of the freshly vacuumed carpet facing up. Mercury dime from 1938. I still have it. In this same house, my mom saw a shadow figure twice. Once with my sister, once with me. It was such a sharp outline you could see it turn its head toward us when we gasped. Then he walked through the window and vanished. I heard footsteps upstairs. Old empty cigarette packs would show up in the attic, even after being tossed. The coolest thing was getting a Zen media player that was wiped of any files, and I played this recording function in my room with no ambient noises going on whatsoever. I wasn't under the influence of anything. I record for a few seconds, play it back, expecting nothing except white noise. However, I hear the static increase a second before a little girl's voice clearly asks, "Who's this?" I couldn't believe my luck at receiving such a supernatural nugget. People freak and get chills when I tell them this story. We weren't a family that was into weird or bad stuff. We were into watching ghost hunters and satellite TV. But experiencing these hauntings was so interesting. Never felt threatened, thank goodness. In the new house I live in now, built 3 years ago, sometimes I'll hear quiet voices or crying sounds in my bedroom at night periodically. My husband's always sleeping and he's creeped out by my haunting experiences. So I haven't told him about the sounds yet, unless I get more proof, thinking maybe my Mercury dime has something to do with it now. I liked your phrase, supernatural nugget. Borrowing it. Strange encounter. I've always been the type to be hyper-aware of my surroundings. Since I was a young child, I've been deathly shy, and in turn have learned to listen and observe rather than to speak. Due to this characteristic of mine, I tend to notice little things, as well as feel deeply in tune with the paranormal. Despite this connection, I still choose to be skeptical of the existence of the paranormal, that is, till it comes to my personal experiences. I'm writing this thread in the hopes of finding some answers, no matter if they align with my personal beliefs or not. The experience I will describe below is one that has burdened my thoughts for years. If anybody has any explanation for this, paranormal or not, I would appreciate your thoughts. The encounter took place during a summer vacation at my grandparents' house, me being about 12 years old at the time. The house was a very old farmhouse, built in the northeastern countryside of the United States. I don't know much of the history surrounding the area or the home other than personal family history, which I'll describe later in the thread. My parents, siblings, dog, and I were all staying in the home for about a week, overnight. The house had 3 floors. I chose to sleep on the top floor alone. The home had an overwhelmingly sort of eerie feeling to it after passing the 2nd floor. The atmosphere fully changed. I can say that I did not sleep well those nights. However, I don't know how much of it could be attributed to just being young and easily scared. One day the whole family was over for a backyard barbecue. Everyone was outside enjoying their time together. For whatever reason, I left for a moment. I can't remember if I had used the bathroom or simply left something upstairs, but I remember the way back down all too well. I rounded the corner leading to the staircase. At the bottom of the steps, my eyes were met with my dog. I called his name. He turned his head with a strange expression on his face. It was just blank. His body language was off. Everything seemed wrong. He wasn't wagging his tail, his eyes were cold, and his movements, like walking, were slow. Then without reason he turns his head from me and walks straight, disappearing out of my sight. What was the most peculiar about this was when walking straight there's nothing other than a wall, meaning I had just witnessed my dog walk through a wall after acting completely out of character. I screamed as I immediately registered that what I had just witnessed was literally impossible. I ran down the staircase until I reached my family outside the house. ran to my father in the hopes of being comforted, but to my horror, I saw something that made my experience even more impossible than it already was. There in front of me was my dog, tied to a pole. He was on a leash, unable to move past the length of 5 feet. I asked my father frantically how long my dog's been there. He explained that he had been next to him while he was tied up for the past hour. Seeing him in the state, well, was impossible as he wasn't allowed in the house. He was also confirmed and witnessed to be somewhere else. I tried to tell my family about this. I've told friends about this. Yet, no one believes me. They pretend they do, but then I see that look in their eyes that tells me that they're only pretending to spare my feelings. I know what I saw that day, and no one will ever be able to convince me otherwise. I used to like to think about what I saw that day was possibly the spirit of a reseated loved one saying goodbye. I just don't know if I still feel that way. The presence wasn't especially warm. It wasn't especially cold either. But I feel if it was a loved one, it would have been warmer. Whatever that figure was, it was not my living dog, I know that. I, today, found out about something called mimics, who I believe are demons who impersonate loved ones. This prompted me to finally make this post as to what I saw that day was probably darker than I originally thought. That would explain the darkness I felt on top floor of the strange movements in the atmosphere surrounding the figure. I truly don't know what to think, and 10 years later I'm still as baffled as I was then. If anybody knows what this might have been or why this might have happened, let me know. Spirit in the house seems to be growing in power. I'm starting to become concerned. I'll try to keep this simple. I've been seeing my partner for about 6 months now. I spend a lot of time in her house with her 5 kids. House is about 25 years old and also located close to woodlands and forests. When we first started dating, she had informed me of a spirit in her house, telling me it's quite common to hear noises and footsteps, seeing lights flicker. She also had one horrifying experience walking one night to the feeling of being choked, a black tall figure standing over her in her bed. For the past 3 months, we both had some experiences with the spirit. Lately, however, the experiences seem to be growing in frequency and in power. Starting off, my partner one night a few months back had a friend stay over and had ordered food. My partner headed to her room to use the bathroom. While walking back to the lounge to her friend, she heard a distinct male voice in her ear whisper, "How'd you like that?" It shook her up quite badly as it was so loud and audible in her ear. Things seemed fine after this, and she had decided to cleanse the house. She is quite a spiritual person, and I guess a hippie who definitely believes in spiritual energy. However, since then, things have really ramped up. Like doors are locked, they've been opening and closing on their own. Banging and knocking through the house. Things being moved or audibly being moved when myself or her are in other rooms completely. 2 weeks ago, while I'm watching football in the lounge, I start to hear whispering in my ear. I couldn't distinguish what it was saying, but it was definitely a male whisper in my ear. The same room had happened to my partner. Directly after this, every light in the kitchen and other open lounge area turned on, and this included the child's toys, flashing RGB wand. This left me absolutely creeped the hell out. Promptly turned it off and crawled into bed with the missus, who was equally freaked out. After this, it's been constant banging noises, almost every few days. Last night was the last straw. We were in bed, my partner asleep, myself watching TV. 10 p.m. and all of a sudden the ceiling fan turned on to max. This fan requires a remote pointed directly at it, then another button pushed to turn it into maximum. The remote was on my nightstand facing away from the fan. This woke the missus, startled the hell out of me. Shortly after this, I looked over the doorway to see a tall, 7-foot at least dark black figure step away from the door and into the lounge that joins into our room. Now today, as I was leaving for the gym around 9 a.m. again and banging returned, Sounds like something caught in a washing machine, I guess, and I just ignored it and left. My partner, after dropping the kids at the school and also going to gym, came home the same banging, freaked out, wouldn't enter the house. I was also choked in bed 2 nights ago, woke up absolutely freaking out. And no, I hadn't pissed off my partner. It's at the point that I think I need a professional to come into the home, but I have no idea where to start. We're located in Melbourne, so any help or suggestions or questions would be great. FYI, the spirit doesn't seem to affect or bother us when the children are present. Just thought I'd add that. After some prayer, cleansing, and having someone remove the spirits, turns out it was 2 spirits in the house. Things have eased up, thankfully. It's only been a couple of days, so time will tell if it's been sorted out or if they've just retreated for now. But we have had 2 peaceful nights so far with 0 activity. If things ramp up again, I'll update the story. Thank you to all those who commented and reached out in private, and to those who genuinely wanted to help. Both me and my partner appreciate being taken seriously, getting almost immediate help. This has been one of the most surreal things to deal with in my life. Paranormal story from my childhood. Still gives me a little chill every time I retell it. First, a little bit of background information to bring the story along. I am an 18-year-old girl, and until I was 11 years old, I lived in a very old family home. I always knew my childhood home to be built back in the 1930s or around that time period, being lived in by generations. 4. This home was peaceful, and we never felt threatened once, but there is absolutely no denying that there was something or things within its energy. I have 2 younger siblings. I've lived with both my parents my entire life. We can all remember the footsteps of heavy boots in the hallways at night and pull-down ladder in the attic flinging down at random and the shadows flashing around the corners and through doorways. My story starts when I was about 7 or 8. And it would repeat about once every month or 2. I would be dead asleep in my childhood bedroom and my door would be closed, pretty much always for me. Randomly, I'd gasp awake. Almost involuntarily, I would shift my side towards the doorway and my door would just crack open a little itty bit. A small girl would slowly peep in with her blonde hair and little white dress, making her way for what feels like an eternity to the bottom side of my bed. She would sit down very polite and stare into my soul. Every single time, it was the exact same. She would whisper words to me that I've never been able to recall. But I sit there and it's almost like a telepathic communication or understanding of her. It lasts for what feels like forever. Then once she's spilled all of her words, she holds her dress to her knees, hops back off to the side of my bed toward the door, leaves, and the door clicks shut immediately. I just shake out of my paralysis. I know that sounds like the climax of a story, but just please, keep reading. So after a few years of this girl occasionally popping in and out like she does, I finally decided to tell my mom about these weird dreams. I think I never really thought to tell her because I was never really scared of the young girl. She was always calm and polite like I mentioned. So, as I'm explaining to my mom the details of my dreams, she stops me after saying, "young girl." My mom looks at me with the weirdest expression and asks, "Is this little girl blonde or does she wear a white dress?" I shook my head saying yes quickly in disbelief. She then thinned out her lips saying, "I saw her looking around my door. It was one morning." I don't remember much of what happened after that conversation. Me and my mom had, but, well, I continued to have that same dream on and off until we moved. We own the land that we live on, and tore the old home down, had a new house built in the same place. I was 11 years old when we moved into the new house. I remember a few months after moving in, the same girl came in to see me one last time. I haven't seen her once since that night. It's been over 7 years. Still no girl. Spirit attachment from aborted sibling. I've had really severe health issues since I was a kid. Neurological, autoimmune, malformed bones. Just like everything that goes wrong. I feel ya. When I was 15, my mom drove to Saskatchewan to see a healer, since conventional Western medicine was failing me. We roll up to some lady's house and go to her basement. That's where I lay on a table. She does, quote-unquote, energy medicine on me, but just sort of waving her hands around above me. There were candles and crystals, and at one point a large metal pyramid frame thing over my head. I was rolling my eyes the whole time. At one point she says, "Your sister's spirit is always with you." To which I replied, "Huh, I've never had a sister." This is when my mom bursts into tears and says that shortly before I was conceived, she had an abortion. She would never really talk more about it. I'd ask questions, and all I would get is, it felt like something was wrong with the baby. I joked like in Rosemary's Baby sort of way, and just that she'd get really weird and she refused to talk. I've always been skeptical about the paranormal, but this thing bugs me still, 21 years later. I'm still very sick and disabled, but do I have a ghostly something following me around, and is it a good thing or a bad thing? Is my dead sibling resenting, like, the life that they didn't get, so they curse me with ailments? This is where my mind goes sometimes, while medicine continues to fail to make me better. My husband and I jokingly refer to my sister as Daisy. My mom died when I was 19, so I can't ask anyone. I don't remember this healer lady aside from that she lived in Moose Jaw. Sometimes you're just not very lucky, and it's unrelated from all of those things. The image of this black-haired beast still haunts me 20 years later. About 20 years ago, I had one of the most perplexing things happen to me while I was out having a cigarette. About 2 a.m. and I'd woken up in the middle of the night. After tossing and turning, I couldn't go back to sleep. I decided to go out and have a smoke. For reference, I lived in an apartment with a small cement patio out front. It's on a very busy street with a sidewalk. Runs alongside of it. While the street was loud and busy during the day, it was very peaceful to sit out there at night. While my neighbors were sleeping, the night was cool and calming. Anyway, while I was sitting on my patio steps, a large dark-colored animal came to view from a distance. I was walking on the sidewalk. For some reason, my freeze response just kicked in. I became a brick. Hair on my arms was raised while I slowly just had this thing walking toward me. Tried to make out what kind of animal it is. It was easily as big as a horse. I know people sometimes walk their horses around town, even... This is like a large city, though. There's no rider on this creature. An escaped horse, maybe? Well, closer it got, the more confused I was. It resembled a large black panther, lion, bear hybrid. It had black fur and was kind of wavy and curly. I could see the steam from its breathing. The crazy thing is, it didn't seem to be aware of my presence. Maybe that's why I stayed frozen, letting my cigarette burn out completely. It was like I knew if I moved that it would kill me. My body eventually let me move, but I was probably out there a good 30 minutes, scared out of my mind. I don't know that much about these things, but I feel like I saw something that I wasn't supposed to see. I feel like it was from a different dimension or something. I just got a little peek. I've had a few paranormal type encounters and another perplexing glitch that happened recently. And it always feels the same, like I'm just getting a glimpse beyond the veil. Please tell me somebody else has seen this creature. It's haunted me more than any other unexplained experience I've ever had. I tried talking about it with other people, and they usually just say something patronizing like, "Whoa, that's crazy." That time my mom lived in a haunted house. So my mom lived in a cute little duplex with the next town over, and one day, she abruptly decided to move with my brother in Idaho. She had another 3 months on her lease and decided to just move her house over bit by bit between California and Idaho in her pickup truck. Her engine blew a head gasket in her first trip. She called me, had me pack her house, and put it in storage. I'd been to her house many times before, but I was never really there alone at night before. This was an old house with no light fixtures except the kitchen and bathroom. So when the sun went down and all the lamps and pretty much light up the whole house, there's a lot of shadows. After a while, I got a feeling that I wasn't alone. I don't know how to describe it, but I felt another presence in the house. Then I started seeing a dark, featureless figure out of the corner of my eyes. I would turn to look at it, and I'd see it looking at me from around a corner or peeking its head through the doorway. Then it would move out of my sight. Got out of that house, never want to go back at night. Years later, I was talking with my mom and told her about the story. She told me that's why she moved. Fair. Friend's House Happenings. Happened a decade ago. Me and my friend both were in our first year of university. In the city, we hang out at each other's places all the time, but it was the first time that she invited me to the nearby village that she grew up in. Her parents still lived there. I agreed. We took a bus to the village, and it was winter, very cold, very snowy. The village looked like from a fairy tale. Parents were nice, and we spent the entire day playing in the snow and walking on the ice of the lake. Their house was small, relatively old log house. Me and my friend had to share a quote-unquote bed, which was a big couch in the living room. We were so tired that immediately passed out without trouble falling asleep. I woke up after what seemed to me as like a minute of sleep. My friend's side of the bed was empty. The room was illuminated by a trail of electric light from the corridor. Before I could think of what's happening, a man runs in the room and runs up to my bed. He was shirtless, huge gold cross in his neck, darkness where his face should be. I hid under the blanket, shaking with fear. He got in the bed, started moving as if getting comfortable. I was crying under the blanket, thinking that once he finishes getting comfortable, he's going to touch me. He didn't stop. His movements even increased. The bed was shaking and vibrating. It went on for hours until it just stopped. I almost fainted at that point. Looked out from under the blanket, and it was already morning. Turned my head, saw my friend sleeping. I elbowed her, woke her up, and just started interrogating her. Like where she went at night and who was this man. She said that she slept and nothing happened. Nobody was here. But her answers were suspicious. She kind of didn't want to talk about it. So we had breakfast, crawled on top of the stove, and just lying there lazily talking. Her parents were outside somewhere, and my friend fell asleep, and I was lying on my back looking at the ceiling. Hand was just hanged over the edge of the stove. Suddenly a cat jumped down on my hand from the white piece of paper ceiling. So from nowhere he landed on my hand softly, waited a second, jumped down. I looked down on the floor and there was nothing. Elbowed my friend, asked her about the cat. Where it was yesterday. She never told me they even had a cat. She said they don't have a cat. I insisted that maybe it's a neighbor's cat that just got in. Looked around, couldn't find any cat in her home anyway. I think it was a... Whoa. Those are Russian letters. I have no idea how to say that. Well, they think it was this thing that I certainly can't pronounce. Apparently, they often appear as men, usually old, while the one I saw wasn't, and cats. First time I spent the night in their house, so he tested me and probably was satisfied, hence the cat's touch was soft. No comment. Shadow Helper. When I was young, I was in the hospital with lung infections. I wasn't yet intubated, I wasn't on a heart monitor. Late one night I woke up with an all-black being leaning over my hospital bed. Had no eyes, no features, just pitch black. It was a hospital room, so even at night with the lights off, I could still see in the room, but this being was terrifying. It was clearly shaped like a person, but it looked like a complete absence of color. It made no noise at all. I've never in my life, then or now, been so afraid as I was waking up to that thing. It was as if I was watching me, or it was watching me, because my lung infections, I couldn't speak, I couldn't barely even make a sound. But in my terror, I was able to make just enough noise on that bed that one of the nurses heard me. As she walked into the room, I looked at the door. The shadow being was suddenly gone. I looked away from it, and it was gone. As it turned out, my airway had swelled shut. I hadn't been breathing. Remember, I said I wasn't yet intubated and didn't have a heart monitor. If I hadn't made all that noise with the bed, I would have died. I don't know or can even begin to guess why that shadow being was even there. But if it hadn't have been, I wouldn't have lived. My sheer terror from it showing itself to me saved my life. Has anybody else had a presence like that just end up benefiting you? I have no idea what it was, but I am glad it was there. Me too. Jason Wood's brochures have something evil attached to them. So the first time I encountered one of these was when I was a kid, possibly around 5 or 6. If you've ever seen them, they have a flaming pumpkin on the front. Saw one at the Welcome Center in Lancaster. Was terrified to sleep that entire night. The second time was several years later when I took one home with me after getting in like a fast food restaurant. That is when things got strange. Anytime I was home alone after the sun went down, my dog would start barking and growling at first when I looked out the windows. I assumed it was merely him hearing the garage door signal from the neighbor across the road. But then a feeling of intense evil and danger would hit me. I'll check the windows and doors and I could see nothing on his porch. I told it was to leave and that it was not too welcome and it wouldn't... Sorry, this is funny writing. It would go only to return the next time I was home alone. This started to make me paranoid and terrified to even take the dog out after the sun went down. I even started seeing shadow creatures about the size of children following me when I went for a walk after the sun went down and resulted in me running back home. I shredded the pamphlet and it all stopped. Now at the time I had a Field of Screams brochure. I wasn't sure which of the two pamphlets was causing the issue. Shredded them both to be on the safe side. Next year I got another Field of Screams one. This one had no effect, so I got the Jason's Woods one, and immediately every time I was home alone, my dog would start barking and the sense of fear and evil would be back. Shredded the pamphlet, have not been in trouble since. Has anybody else experienced something similar with this particular brochure? What is this particular brochure? I could Google it, or I could check the comments in 12 hours. I'm going to do the latter. My encounter. This was about 5 years ago. I'm a 22-year-old male. Never really experienced anything paranormal, but I am Christian and I do believe in ghosts to a point. My friends told me that we're going to a haunted house with a guy they met who was a ghost hunter. They asked me to come along because I'm a big guy and I work security for a friend at the time, so I could help keep everybody calm. We pulled up to the house, and before I made it to the porch, we all got chills. The ghost hunter guy stumbled out the front door and threw up. Explained he was there for an hour already and this place was bad. He was a medium. We walked in and began setting up stuff. Ovulus, spirit box, stick figure camera, all that. All was quiet for the most part other than unexplained chills, and one person would hear something. That was until 11:45 on the dot. It began making sounds like moving doors and curtains. Then the ovulus began speaking perfect Latin. The stick cam picking up things on all fours and walking figures. After an hour of this or more, it got quiet again. I was rightfully uncomfortable. The hunter then turned to me. "Hey, big guy, go down there." He sent me to the basement after teaching me how to use the spirit box. I stood there with nothing but a half-dead Walmart flashlight and a spirit box waiting for something to happen. Then something did happen. The chair lifted off the far end and, well, it was well above my head, and I'm 6'3". Exploded in the roof, and then the box said, "You'll burn," before my light quit. I frantically beat the light into submission. In my absolute horror, it illuminated a huge figure taller and stronger looking than me. I was completely frozen. Pissed my pants. I was afraid of it. And I am a fighter, but I know that it would kill me in a fight, so I drew my switchblade and ran for the staircase. The door was shut, and knew it was right behind me, so I ran through the door. Blew the hinges off. Ran to my truck, locked the door till everyone came out. Apparently, the priest blessed the house, but I'll never forget that fear. I want to help people before they get hurt by these things, so I linger here giving advice. The Bottom Bunk Booger. When I was a kid, like 6th or 7th grade, I experienced a tall jet black figure slide out from under my bed. This happened right after getting off the school bus. Me and my brother, 11th grader age, I guess. They'd be the only ones home till late in the evening, and our usual routine would be him playing the new Xbox 360 at the time, and I'd play the original Xbox in our bedroom. I was located at the end of the house. Nice of you to chime in, Gecko. So I unhooked it, walked down the hall, pushed open the creaky door, stepped into the doorway. To my right was our bunk beds, and out of the corner of my eye I see movement. All of a sudden, this roughly 7-foot-tall jet black figure with no facial features, no anything, just black, slides out from under the bottom bunk. It just stands there for a second, and I'm trying to comprehend what I'm seeing. It just quickly slides back under the bed, and I swear to this day I heard the wood creak from its sudden movements. Got a hold of myself and dropped the Xbox where I stood. Ran to the living room where my brother was, sat on the couch for fear of my life. I told my brother, but I didn't really do no good. At the time, we had no brother relationship where everything I did was, bothering him. He didn't believe in paranormal stuff either in the first place. So I just sat there scared as hell, hoping it didn't come in there. That was the only time I ever saw it, though. The last time for a long time I went in that room more than 2 minutes alone. I definitely had a few experiences in that house. No way was it an intruder, though. All of our windows in the house were sealed shut. Always had been. Plus, the house was so old and small, there was no way you could take a step in the hallway without it creaking and not knowing someone was there. But I tell this so that maybe one of y'all might maybe have some answers to why it was there. What was it? Was it evil or not? We never had anything crazy go on, just could hear people walking at night. The hallway always felt super creepy. Sounded like somebody was always rocking in the chair at night in the living room, and it sounded like the TV was on at night real low and there was no one staying up that late. Also, we would lose a lot of spoons. Like we'd have to stock up on them every now and again. Non-drug household also. So we wasn't losing spoons that way. I was losing spoons that way my whole life. Don't think it's ghost-related, though. Welcome to Paranormal M, your source for ghostly tales and eerie phenomena. Subscribe and activate notifications to stay updated with our latest spine-tingling content. Enjoy the thrill of the unknown. Felt and heard a hot, quick breath against my face, and other ghostly events. Renting a room at my friend's house. I've lived here for 2 months now. I've truly believed in ghosts, never before now. Even after countless abandoned explorations, EMF hits, strange instances like whistling and phones dying, I still was a skeptic. My second week here, it was 2 a.m. or so. My friend and I sat on the couch watching TV in the dark. A light in the room next to us flickered in our peripherals. We jokingly said, "Spooky." I asked it to flicker again, and it did. We asked, it to turn the light off a few more times. It did when we asked, but in different lengths. We were scared that night. I started using the Ghost Radar app on my phone. I know those are typically a load of phooey, but the biggest instance of it weirding me out was the other night when it said monkey, or monkey sock monkey in my room, and Rome, a magnet that says Rome on my dresser. It said appearance as I did my eyebrows, and ready when I stood up and slung my bag on. The biggest scare per my title was a couple nights ago. Late at night as I was getting ready to go to someone's house, and I stood up, I felt and heard one quick and hot breath. It was right next to my face. I froze, then got super hot and my skin felt prickly. I was terrified. Banged at my roommate's door, but they were drunk asleep with it locked. I left very quickly. Anyone else experience anything like the breath thing? I worry if ghosts are real, I've opened it a little bit too much. The Estate of Horror. I work with an estate sale company. I've never been a believer in paranormal happenings, until this day. The estate belonged to an older couple who supposedly died in the house. This happened in a 2-day period of time starting yesterday and today. So for context, the house just sold and we had a 2-day sale. This house had a basement and a full upstairs. The basement had about 7 rooms and a huge deep freezer in one of the darker rooms. Now that you have this information, here is where the true story starts. After spending the helping people, it was finally time to close up. We usually close at about 4, so my job was to turn off all the lights in the house. I did the top floor and I was ready for the basement. As I made my way down, I feel this weird feeling. I wind up shrugging it off as nothing. I went from room to room until I reached the last switch. At this point, almost any person usually get the feeling of darkened basements. When I flipped the switch, I was met with darkness and a transparent figure of a woman. I feel the crap back onto the stairs and ran up. Never in my life have I felt that kind of fear in my life. I ran into the garage to where my boss and friend were, and I told them. They were both shocked, but not as much as my boss. With wide eyes, she told me she saw the figure a few days ago. That's when she was setting up the house. Let's say when we went home, we were dreading our last day tomorrow. This is some backwards writing. The next day started off. There wasn't crazy stuff, mainly because we avoided the basement, except when a customer needed help. Well, the time came for the final cleanup and shut down at 4. We were told to grab some items from downstairs and bring it up. Well, me and my friend went down with fear to get the items. When we reached the bottom, I told my friend, "Watch this. When I say ghost, the light will flicker." No joke, it flickered and freaked us out bad. I'm not making this stuff up. We were scared. We quickly did our job and left the room. As soon as I left that room, I started burning up and feeling sick. The chills came, and then I would be burning up. My friend picked up a bad headache as well. We left as soon as we were done. To make us, or what they wrote is to make use even more, one of our adult friends came by and went downstairs. Right after she went down, she got herself out of there. Why? I don't know. I don't even know what's happening. She called and said that she saw a spirit in the basement as well. It was just too much to hand. I'm writing this about an hour after we left, and we're all upset about the whole thing. If you have any idea what that was, let me know. Couldn't tell you. Ask Reddit. When I was in college, I lived in these really old dorms. Like, hadn't been renovated in over 70 years. Thermostat looked like the first version of one. We each had our own key card to the place. This is going to be important for later. The doors automatically lock behind you the moment that they're shut. The bedroom is designed in that cabinets line close to the ceiling of each bedroom. There's also a mirror and a dresser space. Anyways, winter break came around and I decided to stay back while both my roommates went home. It was just me and my dog for the next week or so. Both of my roommates went home to other states. I knew that there's no way that they'd be home at any point, so... A couple of days into me being alone, and I was taking a shower with the bathroom door open. I heard what sounded like a door slam in our dorm room. Peeked my head out the curtain and called out hello. Called my roommates' names. No one answered. I kinda shrugged it off. A couple of nights later, I was getting ready for bed, when again I heard a loud slam from one of the roommates' rooms. I froze and my dog started going ballistic. She hid under the bed, and mind you, my dog's never hid. She weighed over 60 pounds. Called out again and even texted my roommate to ask if she had come home. She said that she hadn't. Her bedroom door was locked and I couldn't even get in there. I assumed it must have been housing maintenance doing something somewhere in the building. I kind of forgot about the situation until a week later. My roommate came into my room face pale. She asked if I'd been into her room. I said that there was no way and I asked why. She told me to come look. My roommate had fairy lights strung up in her room that she never turned off. They had been cut both in the middle and were hanging. The 2 cabinet doors had fallen off, which was the slam I must have heard that night. They lay on the floor. However, the oddest part was that they stacked were, one on top of the other. Not underneath the cabinet that was missing them, but to the right of it. It was honestly the most bizarre thing I'd have ever seen. We asked housing if anybody had been into our apartment during that time frame. They said no. Ever since that point, I had other weird experiences in that dorm from time to time. My dog got spooked every now and then after that incident during winter break. I was happy to leave when the time came. Visits by deceased furry friends. I'd like to hear true personal stories in which it seems a pet may have returned after their death for a final visit. Not in a pet cemetery way, preferably. And that's before moving on to whatever comes next for them. And yes, this has legitimately happened to my wife and I, on more than one occasion. Like some of you, I'm all too familiar with the grief that comes with the loss. It can be nice to hear from the others in similar experiences who perhaps felt comforted knowing their beloved fur babies may indeed have moved on to other things. I'll share one of my stories below, and this absolutely happened, just as I've written it. Ghost kitties. A few years back, we had a couple of really great adopted cats. One of them, Porsche, was a beautiful female, very petite, very loving, very smart. Incredibly long tail, absurdly long whiskers, and exotic golden eyes. She even had her own sense of humor and was one of those animals who could read your expressions and body language, and perhaps your mind, it sometimes seemed. She had a special bond with my wife in particular. Evenings usually found Porsche sleeping. Sleeping. Cuddled safely and warmly with my wife. Porsche would often walk past and show her affection by wrapping her tail around your leg, letting it unwind and slide past as she continued on. We had her for quite a few years, but she was still a young cat. One lazy, peaceful Sunday morning, Porsche abruptly began crying in pain and panic. Couldn't move her half of her back. We were grateful to find a vet that was open and were quickly informed that Porsche had something called saddlebag thrombosis, a clot in the main vessel that supplies blood to the rear quarters, which was dying of oxygen deprivation even as we spoke. Short of immediate, risky, and very expensive surgery, she would have to be put to sleep. Still very much in shock and having little money, we made the hard choice. I don't cry easily, but tears rolled for both of us as we parted with her soft, still head goodbye, left for the sadder, emptier home. A couple of days later, I was in the shower. As I stepped out and began toweling myself off, I felt a tail wrap itself around my leg briefly and continue on. I was so accustomed to the sensation that for a moment I thought nothing of it, till I remembered, of course, that the cat so often responsible for it was gone, not to mention the fact that I was alone in the bathroom. It was a unique and strangely comforting moment, to say the least. To add another interesting element to the story, well, first to back up a bit. Porsche always had long nails. The sound of her walking on tiles or pergola floors was very distinctive. She may not have weighed much, but you usually heard her coming anyway. You'd hear all the little clicks. Quite often this was heard in the gap between the back of the couch and the wall, one of Porsche's preferred routes, mainly to avoid her dog. One night long after we lost Porsche, my wife was watching TV on the couch. Suddenly she heard the same click-click that she'd heard so many times before. It was coming from behind the couch. After that, I never felt or heard anything from her again. Dreamland is another dimension. I've had a few experiences and heard others' experiences with seeing loved ones who passed on in their dreams. I truly believe the place we arrive at in our dreams is another dimension where any and all energy exists forever. One testimony that started this belief happened when I was 13. My first cousin passed away from suicide in her early 20s. Due to cultural and religious practices, we would have gatherings at my aunt's house, pray the rosary and eat food and comfort each other for 7 days before burial. Sometimes we'd do it once more after burial, too. My second cousin's boyfriend at the time met my family for the first time. We had never met my cousin who passed away, let alone know what she looked like. He came in and my second cousin looked anxious. She was urging him to tell the family of his dream. He said he saw a girl with long black hair in his dream, and she told him, "Tell my family I love them." Again, he's never seen her before she passed, and when he looked at the TV stand, he pointed to her graduation picture. He said that girl was the one in his dream. I remember everybody in the living room started wailing in sorrow after relaying my cousin's message. Another testimony happened to my dad recently. He was in a stressful debacle with his cousins, and some other relatives too. That was while we were attempting to steal his inheritance left to him by his grandmother, the matriarch of my dad's side. We already knew what they were attempting to do and was confirmed by my aunt, who didn't want to agree with their plans. Anyway, my dad's uncle visited him in his dream. My dad said that he didn't look at him and seemed ashamed that his children and sisters are treating my dad poorly. Hearing testimonies of the dream world is crazy, especially when it involves those who passed. In a way, it's comforting as it validates our soul being eternal. Our spirit will live on long after our physical bodies end. I don't want to believe. My childhood was peppered with moments of dread and fear, which today I couldn't tell you if they were imagined or not. The ghostly figure that frequently roamed past my door night after night. Was it the ghost of the previous owner who died in the house, or just my child brain making shapes out of the darkness? Was there something malevolent in the basement, or was my imagination running overtime because I was small and easy to scare? I'll always doubt those memories, and never shake the feeling that they, really happened. Part of the reason I can't shake that feeling is because I know I did not imagine the TV. The TV was in the basement. I had problems with it. Basement felt oppressive and dangerous, even though it was well lit and carpeted. I'd risk going down there, though, because how else was I going to watch TV? It was a boxy TV VCR combo. Most of the time, it was just fine. I'd watch my shows, hit the big red power button, and then sprint up the stairs, turning out the light. Except sometimes the TV would turn back on before I'd get to the lights. I'd be walking away and I'd hear the screen pop back on. I would know the TV wasn't okay. Normal TV had a tiny digital display under the screen that would light up when the TV was on and tell you what channel you were watching and the volume or whatever. Possessed TV didn't need to show me anything. Didn't bother lighting up that display at all. Normal TV would turn on and the volume would be at whatever you last left it at. Possessed TV started with no sound at all, but it would get louder and louder and louder until it was just covering my ears, basically. As a kid, it was terrifying. The first few times it happened, I'd frantically push the red power button, but it didn't matter. None of the buttons would do anything. I couldn't change the channel, I couldn't lower the volume. The only thing I could do was unplug the bastard, and when I did, the picture would hang on the screen, slowly shrinking back into itself. I needed my TV to be normal TV, so I would plug it back in, turn the power on, and then turn it back off, just to make sure it was normal. Usually it was, sometimes it wasn't. This went on for a long time. I did happen to get used to it. It was still scary, but I knew what steps it took to stop it. It was sort of a ritual, and if I was fast enough, I could get out the outlet before the volume was loud enough to hurt my ears. One day it got really weird. It had done its whole possessed TV routine, but I was quick and unplugged it. I plugged it back in and just hit the power button, and there was a loud pop. The TV screen flashed, but it didn't turn on. I smelled smoke. I tried hitting the power button some more, but that didn't do anything. Looked around, saw the power cord wasn't in the outlet. I reached the plug that it was in and discovered that I couldn't. At the end of the cord, where the plugs usually sat, there we were, just all frayed and burned, all the wires. It took me a while to find the plug because it apparently shot all the way across the room. My parents had to take it in to get it repaired. It was gone for days. When it came back, it had a brand new plug at the end of the cord. My memory gets fuzzy after that. I don't remember if it ended up coming back downstairs or if I did. We did move away from that house by the time I was 10, maybe 11. I don't know, maybe it was just a messed up TV, but I've never heard of a plug shooting out of a wall outlet hard enough that it separated from the cord and ended up on the other side of the room. Regardless if it was supernatural or not, it really upset me for a long time. Talking or writing about it still gives me the creeps. 10 times out of 10 would rather just think there wasn't anything out there. Yeah, me too. Experience in South Dakota, Wyoming, and Montana. This happened in July of 2021, around 2 or 3 in the morning. But I remember it just like it just happened. I think about it more than I'd like to admit. For some background, I've always believed in the paranormal. I've had a couple of experiences over the years. What sets this one apart is the fact that it was witnessed by another person, and they were a non-believer prior to this. We were driving along what I think was Highway 212 in a rural country somewhere. In rural country. Somewhere between Bella Forge, South Dakota, and Hammond, Montana. We were going to a music festival, and that was in northwestern Montana from Kentucky. We made it a point not to talk about paranormal entities due to the potentially, manifestation of something prior to leaving on our trip. My cousin was driving and I was in the passenger seat. 2 others in the back, and we had to take shifts driving. We didn't stay at the hotel and could drive straight through. My cousin and I were on night shift due to the nature of our profession, which kept us awake at odd hours. We'd been passing the time by bullshitting, listening to music, and looking at the local wildlife as we drove through. We'd seen a lot of pronghorns and nice deer earlier in the day. Both of us being outdoorsmen, we were pointing out every game animal we caught in the faintest glimpse. We were on a particularly barren stretch of road. Hadn't seen a man-made light for miles. No other cars on the road, no houses, nothing. We were reveling in the novelty of it, and we didn't have stuff like this back home. I was the first one to point out the deer that was just coming into view in the headlights. As we approached, there was clearly something off about this animal. My cousin says, "Man, that's a weird-looking deer." The animal was turned broadside to us, standing on the right side of the road facing the highway. It had its nose to the ground like it was foraging. The coat was an odd grayish-white, which was odd as deer tend to stay more red throughout the summer. There was obvious flesh hanging from the antlers. This was odd because the antlers were fully formed. Deer in July should still be in velvet, which means their antlers are still growing. They were also stark white, no sign that they had recently been rubbed. As we got closer, I could start to see that there were patches of fur missing, not mange. There were sores, open wounds ranging from tennis ball to dinner-sized plates. The bones of the deer were also visible through the skin. It looked like an embodiment of the term that paleontologists use called shrink-wrapping. That's about the time that I noticed how disproportionate it was. The front legs were too short, back legs were too long. The knees bent out to the sides, not backwards. The spine was twisted and stuck up in random intervals down the length of the back. The neck was far too long to be on a buck. And then there was the snout. It wasn't built like an undulate's It wasn't built like an ungulate's snout. It was stocky, rigid, and angular. It looked extremely predatory. It was like if you had taken deerskin and stretched it over a wolf's skull. As the front tire became even with the deer's head, it looked up. Had strange eyes. I don't know how exactly to explain them. They were a deep brown, nearly red. They were clouded but hollow. Its tongue hung from the side of its half-open mouth. They were visible and had pointed teeth, but they were not canine. Deer don't have top teeth in the front, but this one did. It looked like somebody had grabbed a random handful of teeth from a jar and glued them onto this thing. Not just deer teeth, like a jar full of teeth from random animals. Time slowed down. I felt my heart beat in my ears. My hands and ears got hot and I gripped the door panel and I locked eyes with it. I've never been so sure I was going to die in my entire life. Maintained eye contact and followed me as we passed. My cousin said, in a manner of concern I've never heard from him, "What the fuck, did you see that?" To which I replied, "Yep." He said, "Are we gonna talk about it?" "Nope." We sat in silence. The air was thick. I could hear him breathing heavy over the other two that were snoring in the back. He was gripping the steering wheel with both hands, turned the radio up, and we just sat. It went until the next streetlights before we said anything to each other. We agreed not to discuss it until we were back from our trip. We took an alternate route home to see some things that we couldn't hit on the way there. I had the feeling neither of us wanted to go back that way anyway. We talked about it a couple of times since then. There are people that don't believe me, but most people can tell when I'm not making shit up. I don't go looking for opportunities to talk about it. If the conversation is right, though, I'm more than willing to share. I get knots in my stomach thinking about it sometimes. I know what CWD looks like. I know what sick deer look like. I know what deer that have been hit by cars look like. I don't know what the fuck this was. I don't know if anybody has an idea that, what this might have been, or maybe had similar experience, but I just thought the sub might appreciate the experience itself. I don't know what the thing outside my window was. My friend has seen it too. Firstly, I'd like to give some information about how my bedroom and house is set up, so everything makes a little bit more sense for you. My room is set up like a square. My bedroom door is tucked in the bottom right corner of my bed up against the opposite corner, with the foot of the bed facing toward the top of the square. In front of the square, there are 2 windows at the foot of my bed with maybe a yard of wiggle room, so I can walk to my door. Last year was really rough, though. The room was incredibly messy. The only place I could get to my door was to hop off the foot of my bed and walk past both windows to leave my room. Under the 2 windows in my room is a small roof covering a room with the first floor. The roofing extends a foot past the room's wall on all sides. There's no way to get to this roof unless you went through my windows. There's no way to get on top of the house at all. No trees, no fence, no ladders, nothing. Last year I was up late at night listening to music. It was almost 12 a.m. and it was completely dark outside, with the only light in my room being from a shady lamp I've had since I was a kid. In order for me to be able to sleep, I have to have my fan on, otherwise I'll overheat and be really uncomfortable. Well, because my fan's always on, sometimes the loose papers on my floor will flap around, so I'll just get up and move them so I don't have to listen to it. This night, though, I heard a noise that didn't sound like paper coming from the foot of my bed. I was confused and paused my music to listen. It got louder. I looked to where the noise was coming from. There's nothing on the ground, but when I looked up, a visceral fear that I've never felt before ran through me. First, I thought it was a dog outside my window or a fox, but it was too unnatural. It was peeking into my window, and I could see its head and its pure white, unblinking eyes. That creature was the thing causing the noise, which I realized was scratching on the metal mesh outside my window. We stared at each other. It was huge. The creature started walking along both my windows, scratching along the metal until it disappeared off to the side. Its back looked similar to a porcupine. Can't even describe it. It was just sharp and dangerous and made my breath hitch. I waited a few minutes, and thinking it was gone, I started inching towards the foot of my bed so I could get the hell out of my room. It walked back across, scratching the mesh before just sitting at the window in front of me, just staring at me. Paced between my windows for a bit before walking off to the side and disappearing, keeping those white eyes on the entire time. Once I knew it was gone, I kept my eyes on the window at all times and backed out of the room. I sprinted down the hall to tell my parents, who were very disinterested, and that was that. Walked back into the room, kept the lights on. I just cried and I just stared at the windows. Slept with my lamp on since then. A few months later, I had to move schools. That's where I met Allie. We bonded quickly and became really good friends. 7 months into our friendship, she opened up to me about her paranormal experience and how she thinks that she has some things that followed her around. She told me a lot of stories, but the last one made me stop. Allie started complaining about this dog that she's seen a few times across her life, and how it freaks her out each time. Before then, I'd never told anybody about the creature I saw outside my window, but she described it almost perfectly. After she finished, I opened up about how I saw the exact same thing, and since then, I've been trying to help her with her spiritual attachments. I've always dealt with paranormal stuff, and I'm very spiritual. It's nothing usually even phases me. I've been dragged out of my bed by the leg when a spirit was mad at me. I've been woken up in the middle of the night by a spirit trying to talk to me. I see auras around people, etc. But this was a rare occasion that something genuinely freaked me out. Allie's dealing with some demonic stuff. Like I'm talking scary demonic stuff. She lives on native land. Has dealt with some of their supernatural creatures before. My town also has Native American roots, which makes me wonder if the dog could be something native. Maybe it was scoping me out before I met her. Well, since I've helped her manage the supernatural stuff in her life, I have no clue. If anybody has insight, please let me know. Story about an encounter of a ghost in the UK. So this happens in the late 2000s when I was 17. Happened when I enlisted. I was sent down to Bassenburn. That's where I stayed with other lads in the rooms. That's where 3 sections of 4 bed opened to the door to the dorm with 4 beds, 2 to the left, 2 to the right. Another set of 4 to the left and to the right. My bed was in the center lot, on the first left close to the entrance. About halfway through week 16, I woke up in the middle of the night. I was on my right-hand side facing the wall where the entrance was. I could see something stood by the door. These rooms had nightlights in the ceiling like office buildings, so you couldn't get around in the dark, so it wasn't a shadow of anything like that. Only things on the walls were diagrams. It was definitely a person, or like a person shape. I wasn't freaked or scared, I just stared at it. I know I wasn't asleep on something or some way. I know I'm not asleep now. It didn't move, it just stood there. It was the same color as someone in a night vision goggles, but more gray-blue, and its eyes were kind of reflective. I stared at this thing for a good 10 seconds till I then started to get a bit scared. I rolled over to face away from it till I fell back asleep. I woke up, told the lads that I was bunking with. The lads being lads, shrugged it off and got on with prepping the room for morning inspection. So there it is, my story of seeing what I can only call a ghost. I've been told it could have been a shadow person, but it wasn't a shadow, it was a man. Shared experience that's making me question things. For context, I, a 26-year-old female, have both visual and auditory hallucinations since my late teens. They're not terribly intrusive. I've gotten to the point where I can either quickly recognize they're not real or dismiss them entirely. I'm talking misshapen objects, music, disembodied voices, and occasionally I believe I'm having a conversation with a friend or family member that was all in my head. Seeing an entire person as a hallucination is pretty rare for me. I've only just recently been seeing somebody for these hallucinations, because my mom's side of the family is incredibly religious and has negative views of mental health. So me mentioning these things was extremely discouraged, and I'd get alienated for a while each time I did. My dad's side of the family is the opposite. Most of my uncles, as well as my father, have all had paranormal experiences, but the amount of stories that have been told is too many to mention. Now, to the main reason for posting. My father and I like to go fishing sometimes. We live in the south, and we go to the coast around midnight and stay out till maybe 3 or 4 in the morning before driving back home. A few weeks ago we went fishing again and bounced around a few spots along the coast till our last fishing spot. It was 2:30 a.m. Everything was quiet and there weren't any people or cars around. I was carrying some lawn chairs and our tackle box to the edge of the pier. That's where I saw a man standing at the edge of it, facing away from me. He was wearing black pants. I think he had a hoodie. Naturally, I said good morning to him and quickly set things down and went back to the pier to meet my dad. He was carrying our fishing rods and net. I let him know that a man was at the end of the pier. He went to go drop our things off while I went to the car to grab my jacket. I wasn't even there for a minute before I'm heading back down the pier, and I find my dad just standing there. But now the man was gone. I asked my dad where the guy went. My dad has this confused expression on his face. He said that he had just asked the man, "Anything biting tonight?" with the assumption the guy was there fishing like we were, and the guy didn't respond. My dad had turned around to set down our poles, but when he turned back around to face the guy, he was just gone. No footsteps, no splash of water to show he jumped in, nothing. And even if the man had managed to silently leave the pier, he wouldn't have had, or rather he would have had to pass me on the way back. I didn't see him. My dad thinks we saw a ghost because we both know that we saw and spoke to this man. I would have just assumed I'd hallucinated again, but my dad also saw this guy literally a couple of feet away from him. My dad isn't the type of guy to humor my hallucinations or even make jokes about it. In fact, he's pretty adamant that I'm not mentally ill or anything, that I just see spirits. So this shared experience is making me question a bunch of things that I've seen and dealt with in the past. I'm not saying everything I've experienced is an apparition or something, but there's a few now that I'm starting to wonder whether I was really seeing something in my head or making it happen. I will add that when we packed up to leave about an hour later, we saw a cross and flowers left along another pier because somebody had apparently died there recently. I don't know how or who, or if it's connected to the man that I saw, but my dad seems to certainly think so. I don't know. My therapist is encouraging me to not invest too much into these thoughts until the next session. I know this was long, and like I said, I've got a lot of stories with me seeing things as well as stories from my dad and my uncles, and my grandfather. This is just the most recent thing that's really making me overthink. Till this day, I still had no idea who she is. I'm from Southeast Asia, Indonesia to be exact. In Indonesia, especially in secluded areas or villages, quote-unquote old-time beliefs are still very much alive. By old-time beliefs, I mean things like shamans, black magic, and possession. These topics are extremely common here. Heck, even the police sometimes rely on ghost possession to solve murder cases. There's a cold case that got reopened involving a girl named Vina who was murdered. Her spirit supposedly latched onto her best friend, told the police everything. Some Indonesians, especially the modern generation, laugh at this because it's 2024 and the police still believe in that stuff. It's also pretty common here for people to visit witch doctors to get rich, find love, or stay young. In fact, I know more than 5 people who visited a well-known witch doctor. With these examples, you can get an idea of how many Indonesians feel about paranormal topics. Not everyone, but some. Alright, with that out of the way, here's the actual story. I met a girl named Leela my freshman year of school. She's cheerful and nice, extremely sweet to me. We eventually became best friends. We always sat together, told stories, and went out on weekends. Typical teenage stuff. Fast forward 3 years. We were in our senior year together. Came up with a plan to have a sleepover at her house. Here's the thing. Leela's house is pretty far from school, in a village. It's not a primitive village. They have water, internet, phones, and Wi-Fi. But the travel time from the city where I live and where school is to her place, it takes hours. We have to go through a long road surrounded by trees. But hey, it's our senior year, and this might be the last time we see each other before college, so why not? We agreed that I'd visit her on a Wednesday. I still remember the date, 2017-06-07. She clearly told me to come through Maghrib. If you don't know, Maghrib prayer is one of the 5 mandatory prayers in Islam, said after sunset, and if I'm wrong, forgive me, and forgive me for attempting to read it. I'm not Muslim, but coming from one of the biggest Muslim countries, I know the basics. Maghrib time after sunset is often associated with ghosts. Many mothers tell their children to come home before Maghrib because it's believed that ghosts roam among the living during that time. At the time, I had no idea why she said that, but being young and dumb, I just nodded. When the date came, I asked my father to take me to Leela's house. He agreed. But we hit a problem. We got stuck in traffic for so long we weren't even halfway there yet. And to cut the story short, we finally reached the village entry, so to speak. Though it still needed a few more minutes to get to the actual village. At the entry, I remember there were 2 separate roads, the right road and the left road, with a huge tree. To make it even creepier, it was already dark outside, no buildings or village houses nearby. The only light source was from my car lights. The only sound was my car too. And this tree I'm talking about in Indonesia, we call them beringin, but in English it's referred to as a banyan tree. If you want to see how big that tree is, I suggest you Google it. You'll understand what I mean when I say the tree is low-key scary, especially in the dark. In Indonesia, the banyan tree is also associated with ghosts and paranormal activities, mainly because of its huge branches and all. Continuing with the story. We ended up choosing the left road because Leela had told me before that the way to her village is to the left road, the one with the big tree. I swear, the ride from that point on felt longer than the traffic earlier. It was odd because Leela said that from that tree it should only take about 20 minutes to reach the village houses. It took longer than that. At the time, I didn't really think much of it. I just played with my phone, letting my father drive. A few moments later, he asked me something quite weird. How many banyan trees do we have to pass? At that point, I was confused as my dad was. Leela told me there would only be 1 banyan tree, but according to my dad, he had passed the same tree more than 4 times. That's why he asked me for clarification. I told him there's only one banyan tree that we should be passing. He stayed quiet for several minutes, completely quiet. Then he suddenly told me to start praying. I was extremely confused, but I did as I was told. I come from a religious family, so that explains his reaction. Thank goodness. After I finished praying, it took about 15 minutes for us to finally reach the village. We started seeing the houses and all. And to make this quick, I arrived in the front of Leela's house and knocked on her door. When she opened it, she was very surprised to see me, but not in a good way. I could understand why. Remember when Leela said to come before Maghrib? Well, it was already past Maghrib. Heck, it was nighttime already. She let me in because there's no way she'd tell me to go back. Now this is where the real horror starts. I remember her house wasn't as big or luxurious as others I've been to. It was small, but it was comforting. It felt extremely warm inside, too. She showed me the bedroom and helped me put my stuff away, yada yada. Finally, we decided to watch some TV. A little side note, she was home alone that night before I came, of course. So after a while, she told me she'd go check the kitchen for some snacks. I nodded and just sat there, switching channels on the TV. This is the part that sends chills down my spine, and I'll never forget that day. She took a very long time in the kitchen. I was wondering what was taking her so long. But after a few minutes, she came back, and I noticed something off about her. Her hair was a bit messier. She looked different, paler. I don't know how to describe her expression. Anyway, she sat down next to me without saying anything and didn't bring any snacks as she promised. So I was like, "Where are the snacks?" "You promised to bring some." She looked at me and smiled while nodding her head in an odd manner before patting her stomach. I was like, "You ate the snacks without me." She just smiled again and looked at the TV without saying anything. At that time, we were watching a quiz show where the winner gets to take home a lot of money. There was nothing funny happening, but Leela suddenly turned to me and laughed. It was a harmless, soft little laugh. I was wondering why she was laughing because nothing peculiar was happening in the show. She was usually a very serious person and didn't laugh at movies much. But then she suddenly stopped laughing and looked back at the screen. A few minutes later, she looked at me again and laughed louder this time. I was so confused. I asked her what was wrong. She didn't say anything, she just kept laughing and looking at me, then back at the screen, then at me again, then to the TV. She continued doing that for several minutes. I tried to laugh along with her at least, thinking she was just being goofy. Then she stood up from the sofa and stood in front of me, blocking my view of the TV. I gently pushed her away with my feet, asking her to move, and then, while still laughing, she did the wheel pose right in front of me, still facing me. If you don't know what a wheel pose is, I suggest you Google it. Cartwheel, maybe? I remember feeling weirded out and confused. I wasn't scared at that time because I didn't really believe in ghosts or possession. I asked her why she was doing that, holding a nervous laugh to myself. I really wanted to capture a video of her, but she kept walking away into the kitchen, still in that position and still laughing. The kitchen was dark, and from the living room, you couldn't see inside. The last thing I heard from her faded laughter before complete silence. I remember waiting here for 5 or 10 minutes before standing up to check on her. Suddenly my phone rang in my pocket, so I picked it up, and when I saw the name, I was even more puzzled because it said Leela was calling me. So I yelled out loud, asking her why she was calling me. That's when I was right there, and she was in the kitchen. She couldn't just come and told me, right? So I picked it up, and the voice on the other end was indeed Leela's. She asked if I could open the gate in front of her house and let her in since she was on her motorcycle. She was too lazy to get down. I asked her what she meant by that, how she got out so quickly. She sounded clueless, and she said she didn't understand what I was talking about. Just told me to open the gate since she was already close by, so I did. Still confused, I went out and opened the gate as Leela came in holding bags of snacks. told her the story about her crawling to the kitchen and all that, and she told me a completely different story from her point of view. And let's rewind to the part where she went to the kitchen to grab us some snacks. According to my point of view, as you just read, I was switching channels while waiting for her to get back from the kitchen, right? But according to her, after she went to the kitchen and found no snacks, she decided to buy some from a nearby store. As she walked out of the kitchen, she saw me sitting on the sofa staring blankly at the TV. When she asked what snacks I wanted and if I wanted to come along, I just stared at the TV and shook my head in silence. That's why she left alone to get some snacks. But I told her that she never asked me that. I never stared blankly at the TV. The first time I saw her was when she walked out and sat down. In the end, we checked the kitchen, found nothing, no sign of breaking in, and nothing. To this day, we promised not to talk about it again. We're still friends till now. To this day, I'm still asking myself if the real Leela was the one who asked me to open the gate. Then who was the one sitting with me for over an hour? My friends that had been told about the story said that it had something to do with the banyan tree, and how many there is a ghost. There it is followed B all the way because I came after Maghrib. And not listening to Leela's words at all, but I don't know. I got a lot of that, and the parts that I understood are indeed creepy. Alice. So this happened to me when I was 15 in December, during one of those early winter mornings where I'd still have it be pitch black outside. My family was visiting for Christmas like they usually did, and since we lived in a small apartment, I gave up my bedroom for them and took the couch in the living room. I never really liked this arrangement, but whatever. We lived on the top floor. There wasn't much reason to worry about safety, but I've always been afraid of the dark. My family let me keep the kitchen light on because the hallway always freaked me out. One morning I had woken up fairly early. It was still dark outside. The apartment was dead silent except for the hum of the fridge. For some reason I was wide awake, like something had shocked me out of sleep. I tried to shake the weird feeling, but it wouldn't go away. I decided to get up and maybe grab something from the kitchen. As soon as I stepped out of the living room and into the hallway, I saw her. Standing in the kitchen doorway was this girl. She had long blonde hair and she was wearing this blue dress with ruffles, like something out of an old storybook or one of those old-fashioned family portraits. She wasn't moving or saying anything. She was just standing there, right in the light from the kitchen like she was supposed to be there. Couldn't see her face clearly, but it didn't matter. Something was off. She didn't belong there. I completely froze. For a second, I thought I was imagining it. Maybe it was just a weird shadow or something. But I knew deep down that it wasn't. Then, without any warning, she turned her head like she sensed me. And that's when she ran. But she didn't run toward me. She sprinted toward the hallway mirror. I just stood there staring as she jumped straight into the mirror and vanished. The apartment was silent again. Just me standing there like an idiot, my heart pounding, with no idea what had just happened. I stood there for what felt like forever, trying to make sense of it. I ended up convincing myself it was just a hallucination. Maybe my brain was playing tricks on me because it was so early. Fast forward to earlier this year, I'm 26. I hadn't thought about that morning in a long time. My older sister was visiting with her daughters. My twin nieces, let's call them Ellie and Lily, who are now 16. We were all hanging out and got into a conversation about paranormal stuff. You know, ghost stories, urban legends, the usual. I casually asked them, "Have you two ever experienced anything weird or paranormal?" Ellie, the younger twin, kind of laughed and she said, "Actually, yeah." I got curious and asked what happened. Ellie told me that one night she woke up in the middle of the night feeling really off. Her sister Lily was fast asleep beside her, but Ellie wasn't alone. Standing at the foot of the bed was a girl, blonde, wearing a blue dress with ruffles. My heart skipped a beat, and keep in mind, I only share my story with those two after she told me hers. Ellie described the same girl, same blonde hair, same blue dress with the ruffles. And the way Ellie described it, the girl was just standing there, silently watching Lily sleep. Ellie said she couldn't move, couldn't scream. She ended up closing her eyes and just begged the girl to go away. When she finally opened her eyes again, the girl was gone. We ended up naming her Alice because she reminded us so much from Alice from Alice in Wonderland, and honestly, I don't think she's a malicious spirit or anything. She never seemed like she wanted to hurt us. It's like she's just curious, or maybe even lost. Neither of us have seen her again, but I can't help but wonder if anyone else in her family has, or maybe one day will. Shadow creature? Just what crossed our path that night? My friends' names have been changed for the story, as they're still together and very reluctant to ever bring this up. This must have been around 2007. One night, two friends and I were out ghost hunting in a very remote little town in western New York. My friend Jane wanted a couple more pictures of the old cemetery, so her boyfriend and I waited in the SUV while she did her thing. It must have been around midnight. We were parked on a back road, but there were some street lights up ahead. Jane was behind us. Off to the right, we could still see her flashlight. John and I happened to be looking up the road when about 50 or 65 yards ahead, out from under the streetlight on the left-hand side, appeared a black figure in a wide-brim hat. He just appeared. It was blacker than black, more like a void. 100% it was not a person. This being had absolutely no features, but we could make out the hat from the profile. It was a flat top hat with a wide brim around it. On my mother's grave, it took maybe 30 steps before it morphed. Only way I can describe it, back into a black cat. That was before it reached the streetlight on the opposite side of the road and disappeared into the field. Again, you could tell like it was the shape of a cat, but it was just a black void. John and I stared at each other for about 2 minutes before we could even speak. When the time came, all he could say was, "You saw that too, didn't you?" We continued to sit there in absolute awe and sheer terror. Jane came back not long after and couldn't even move to unlock the doors. I was able to move my hand just enough to hit the unlock button and let her back in. She jokingly said, "You both look like you saw the devil himself." And John was a huge guy, very tall, muscular, and intimidating. I looked back over and he was shaking and in tears. All he could say was "cat." I tried to explain to Jane what had happened, but I struggled to even talk. It was about a 35-minute drive back home, and I can remember Jane saying things like, "This isn't funny anymore, you guys are scaring me." John insisted that we just take him to his church, where he both said a prayer to Mother Mary at the outdoor statue. While he continued to pray, I tried to explain to Jane what we had seen. I remember telling her and thinking how crazy I sounded. To this day, it still gives me like a chill to my core. Whatever it was not of this earth at all. Not the earth I know. Part of me wants answers so badly, but then I keep thinking maybe I'm better off not knowing exactly what it was. Jane and I lost touch over the years, but I did reconnect eventually. We talked about that night, and it was always the elephant in the room. She told me that following that incident, all of the crosses in her mom's house would randomly turn upside down for a couple of weeks after this happened to us. It only stopped when Jane's mom went around the house, very deep in prayer, and blessed it. Jane and John lived with her at the time. Did something follow them home? I've never seen anything like that again, and I pray I never will. Shadow figures and nightmares. I grew up outside of Charleston, West Virginia. I always felt watched no matter where I was. My earliest memory is of myself sitting in the living room in the morning. It's because my parents and sister just woke up. I was about 4 or maybe 5. I was a very independent child who didn't like help. I grabbed a Pop-Tart for breakfast, turned on the TV of Food Network. This was a weekend ritual for me. Every time I would begin to eat and watch TV, I could see out of the corner of my eyes a shadowed figure peeking between the bars and the stairs. It always made me nervous, and I'd keep staring forward until somebody woke up and came downstairs. I saw this figure all the time, not just in the mornings. We had to open concept rooms at the entrance of the house. One was the dining room, the other was my parents' turned into this sort of playroom, hangout room for me and my sister. I was terrified of walking to the playroom because I had to walk through a short hallway that always made me feel like somebody was going to jump out of the corner and chase me. The hallways had a half bathroom. Whenever I had to use it, I would constantly hear someone whispering my name or incoherent whispers coming from everywhere around me. I also suffered from terrible nightmares. My parents would buy dream catchers to leave nightlights on and check my room for me, but every single night I would wake up from a nightmare of people in the house or me in a familiar place with cryptic creatures and people doing things like playing the piano with their head twisted to their back, sending bugs flying from their eyes and mouths. And these are all just tiny things that I remember, most from my home in West Virginia. I have more paranormal memories of other homes I've lived in, but I just wanted to see if anybody else had these experiences. Run him over. It won't hurt him. So you're probably going to think I'm crazy, maybe. But crap happens, and sometimes the craziest things make the most sense. So my husband and I were bringing some goodies out to his grandmother's house, who lives quite a ways away from civilization. 15 miles to the nearest gas station. We pulled up and my husband just carried all of the whatnots into the house. That was while I stayed out and was pulling a couple of weeds out of the garden for her. Her small chihuahua, Brutus, ran up to me. We were buddies. Kind of played with him for a little bit and laughed as he barked at cars driving like he was 10 feet tall and bulletproof. I thought it was strange that he wasn't on his line Grandma used to keep him on that gave him freedom but wouldn't let him out to the road and get squished. He was never outside without being hooked to it, so he followed me up to the porch and nearly tripped me doing it. Grabbed his chain, turned around to hook him up, and he was gone. Panicked, ran inside where everyone was crying. Naturally, I asked what was wrong. They told me Brutus died last night. They think he was poisoned. I told them that it was impossible, that I was just playing with him outside. Even told them about him almost tripping me going up the porch. So they brought out his corpse to prove it to me. They asked my husband to bury him. Had I not seen the poor body, I never would have believed it. I didn't know whether to laugh or whether to cry. I did a bit of both. We buried him that day out and back, and the kids in the neighborhood say they still see and play with Brutus all the time. He's becoming quite the neighborhood legend in the community that she lives in. It's because of the numerous sightings and reports. Some refuse to believe that he died because they see and interact with him so much. I've never been around such an alive, seeming spirit before. It's actually both exciting and unnerving. But the more time that goes by, the more we all get used to it. It brings Grandma a great deal of joy every time she hears another neighbor say that they saw her ghost dog again. She fills with pride and talks for hours to anybody who will listen about her little Brutus, especially new people. Apparently, Brutus' latest shenanigans is stopping cars in front of her house. People she doesn't know come to her door and ask her to get her dog out of the road. She shocks the heck out of them when she simply says, run him over, it won't hurt him. She's even cussed out and called names for being cruel and neglectful to her animals. That is, until they find out they've encountered the neighborhood's favorite ghost dog. Yeah. Hidden camera in the hotel I was showering in. Before I start the story, it's already scary. Continuing on. So my stupid brand new water heater broke down from all the calcium and things in the water. So we rented a hotel room so we could get all that shower. My hubby and teenage daughters had gone first. While they took their shower, I had already been looking for cameras after shows and articles depicting warnings to check that had me freaked out. My husband had laughed at me, so I thought we were safe. It wasn't until I was actually standing inside the shower that I saw the camera. You had to see it from a certain angle wrapped around the light that had a cover over the bottom of it, but opening all the way around the edges in the middle. I looked up and there it was. I screamed. My hubby came running in. I told him what it was, and he checked, and sure enough, took the bottom cover off, and the camera fell down. It was actually wired to the light and was set to and point looking down into the shower. Gross. My husband ripped it out and marched straight to the office. From there, a fight ensued. Good. The creepy guy got pissed my husband was destroying his room, and the owner called the cops. And well, my hubby's a hothead when he's in the moral mission and grabbed the guy up by the scruff of the collar. His mentality being, if I'm going to jail, I'm going to make it worth it. The guy's wife came out, and by then I was dressed and there was a backup, and, well, she wanted to know what was happening. I told her what was happening. She said, "Wait right here." She grabbed a knife from her room and was chasing the owner guy around with it. When the cops showed up, the cops asked what was happening first. We told them they took the owner in and apparently found hundreds of videos in a private nook in his bedroom. They're using to build a case on him with. Good. So beware and check everywhere before undressing in a hotel. That was completely not ghost related. I don't know how my editor did that to me, but I doubled down on their sentiment. That is terrifying. And yeah, look out for cameras. Horrible. Giant moth or fairy. So this happened a few days ago to my husband, who's the biggest skeptical person on the planet. He's still on the fence about this one. So we came in one early morning at about 6 a.m. Still dark outside, and he'd just taken our German Shepherd out to use the restroom, just like he does so every morning. But he looks pale this time. When he came in, his eyes wide, so naturally I asked him what was wrong. He told me he'd just seen something strange outside. I arched my brow and crossed my arms. He likes to tease me sometimes because I believe in the paranormal and a lot of other things. He's been known to play a joke or two on me for a laugh, wearing masks and tapping on windows and jump scares. So I didn't really believe him at first. Not until the dog came back in with his hackles up as he paced back and forth growling back at the door, constant licking and posturing too. I listened more closely then. He said he was out there by a huge tulip tree that we have in the yard when something that looked like it could have been a giant moth, maybe a lantern bug. It flew in from his left and landed on the back of the tree. He said it was like a tannish, kind of grayish color. Took his flashlight, circled the tree, trying to see if he could get a good look at it because of how large it was. He said it was bat-sized. I was curious to see what type of moth or what type of bug it was, but it wasn't there. He said he would have thought no more about it, but then he flicked his light upwards just to check and saw it, running up the tree like a woodpecker and strangely humanoid yet bug-like, like a fairy with moth wings. I don't know if you've ever seen a woodpecker run up a tree or not, but it's like gravity doesn't touch them. They look straight up as they walk or run, and the only difference was this thing's head didn't bob as it ran. It had, looked different. It was mere feet from me. He saw it well enough, just can't explain what it was without thinking he was crazy. He only saw it for 2 or 3 seconds before it climbed out of the range of the light in sight, but he said that he had no idea what he had seen. But just the fact that it had shaken him so much tells me that there may be a paranormal value thing to be here in the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia. Too numerous to tell all, but I've told a couple. So what was it? I don't know. Maybe we've all just got a little bit mad being so secluded out here. I don't even know if this counts as a paranormal story. Has anybody seen anything remotely like what we saw before? Sweet dreams. Welcome to Paranormal M, where every story is a step into the dark unknown. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to never miss out on our latest ghostly episodes. Brace yourselves for a chilling experience. I saw a man with no eyes as a kid, and my cat was my witness. Any thoughts on what this could be? So when I was a kid, about 12 to 14, I was being haunted by something in my childhood home. Now, I have a few stories of things happening, but right now I'm particularly interested in figuring out more about a man that I saw. I was 13 or 14 when this happened. For the most part, I was used to weird or creepy things happening in my house, like stuff being moved around or weird noises. It's also important to know that I had a cat, Lyric. Slept in my room with me every night. This night I went to bed like usually. Lyric snuggled up next to me, but I had a very strange dream. In my dream, I woke up in my bed, and my bedroom looked exactly the same as when I fell asleep. But this time there was an old man standing in front of my bedroom door. He was about 6 feet tall, wearing what I would call pioneer clothes. A loose white button-up with cuffed sleeves, brown pants being held up by suspenders, and brown leather shoes. He also had a white beard and white hair pulled into a comb-over. The creepy thing was he had no eyes. He just had black sockets where his eyes should be. Even with him having no eyes, I felt sure that he was watching me. As soon as I saw him, I felt a wave of dread run through me. All I wanted to do was just run. It was blocking my bedroom door, and my bedroom windows were too high off the ground for me to jump. I also had this overwhelming sense that if I did try to run, he would get me. So I convinced myself that this was just a really fucked up dream, and I could just wake myself up from it and it would be over. And so I laid down and eventually woke myself back up. For a second, I was relieved that the ordeal was over. But I look over to my cat Lyric and see that she's shaking in fear. Her fur is puffed up to triple her usual size. Her eyes are huge. She's growling in a very low tone that I've never heard her make before. She's staring at the exact spot that man was standing in my dream. This made me believe that it wasn't a dream, but a window into what was really happening, especially since my cat reacted to a spot he was standing even after I was awake. Safe to say it took a long time for us to go back to sleep. But eventually the feeling of being watched went away and she settled back down next to me. I never saw him again after that, but I've been left with so many questions ever since. Was he the ghost of a man or something pretending to be one? Why did he show up for that instance then never came back? And what's the significance of him having no eyes? Something is downstairs. First off, I've never had anything like this happen before. It was a normal school night. I was just brushing my teeth when I heard the downstairs office door open. The office door is 2 big glass doors. The doors have lots of friction, so it takes quite a bit of force to open it. And when you do, you hear the glass of the door shake or vibrate. I didn't think anything of it. It was normal for my dad to work a little bit late, entering the office around 10, maybe 10:30. I was getting into bed around 20 minutes later. That's when I hear the door slam. I walk out of my room to the banister. As I did, my mom on the opposite side of the hallway, she immediately asks, "Was that you?" I told her, "I think Dad's downstairs." She said, "No, he's in our bedroom right now sleeping. I checked both my siblings' rooms. They were fast asleep." We both walked downstairs and saw my dog on the other side of the house laying down. I also heard the metal on his collar clinking as he jolted up and the door slammed. There's absolutely nothing. Plus, my dog would have seen whoever or whatever it is causing the door to open and slam. They also say dogs can see ghosts, but he didn't seem to react at all. But he did react to the sound. Honestly, haven't thought much about this, but I do question it time to time. I saw something that wasn't human, but I don't think it was my schizophrenia. So basically, I've been diagnosed with schizophrenia for about a year. In that time, the only symptoms I've had would be auditory hallucinations, and sometimes when I close my eyes, I see flashes of random things. This only happens when I'm in bed at night when I'm trying to sleep. Not yet falling asleep, though. I've also seen, 2 bugs, one pretty giant one crawling on the wall next to my face. But to be fair, each time I had literally just opened my eyes from waking up. It was literally the first thing I saw. So maybe it could just be my body not, being fully awake. I don't know, I'm not a psychiatrist. But none of this is actually my question. You see, my question actually goes back to when I was about 6 or 7. It was late at night and I was sleeping in my room and I'd woken up to go pee. I had a bathroom attached to my room. Now on the wall that my bed was beside also had a door that leads to the living room. So I had to get out of bed and walk past the door, go to the wall that was across from my bed at the door that led to the bathroom. So everything's fine going to the bathroom, but I turn on the lights, handle my business, turn off the lights, head back to my bed. While I'm crossing the area that has my door that leads to the living room, I turn my eye to the door I see. I see this humanoid figure. It's paper white, big pointy teeth formed into a smile with what looked like bullet holes in its head. I don't remember for sure this next part, but it looked to be bleeding. Not processing what I'd just seen, I turn my head back to look forward at my bed, but just as soon as I do, I process what I'd just seen and immediately turn back to the door and stare at it, scared for my life. But nothing's there. I stare at that door for what seems like forever. I only seen that humanoid figure for a second. I remember it so vividly even this day. I know this sounds like a made-up story, but I promise on my life what happens to me is true. My question to all of you lovely people who took the time to read my poster, here it is. Do you think this could have been some early form of schizophrenia that peeped its ugly head for a split second? I should mention this is the only time before I've been diagnosed with schizophrenia that I had visual or auditory, experiences like this in my childhood. Or do you think this could be something more? Please let me know. Really freaked out after possible encounter. Hey guys, I've lived in my house for over a year. It's a duplex built in the 60s. It's not super old. I'm wondering if my house is haunted after the encounter I had last night, and I would appreciate advice and thoughts because I don't know much about this stuff. Last night at 3:30 a.m., I woke up to my room's door handle turning. My roommate had gone out drinking, and I thought she might have been drunk. I yelled out to her, "Dude, please don't open my door, I'm trying to sleep." I didn't get a response. Then the door opened and shut several times, and the whole time I'm yelling, "Dude, stop opening my door, leave me alone." The door just keeps opening and closing, door handle turning, etc. Then the door opens again and stays open for a solid 2 minutes. The whole time I'm yelling to shut my door and leave me alone and to go away. Then the door closes again and I get the courage to get up and lock it. It was pitch black and I couldn't see anything outside the door. There was no lights on, not even a phone. This morning I tried to talk to my roommate about it and say how it made me really uncomfortable and freaked me out, but she said she'd passed out at 1 a.m. and wasn't even awake. She said that she didn't leave her room until she woke up in the morning. Also, I definitely didn't imagine it. My boyfriend was also there and saw it happen. Also, I've been hearing doors downstairs open and shut and footsteps downstairs in the middle of the night for the past few nights. But I always dismissed it as maybe it's just the neighbors because, well, it's a duplex. Please let me know what y'all think. I'm freaked the fuck out and my roommate doesn't seem to help. She's a big believer in the paranormal and it's freaking me out even more. Might have just had an encounter. Last night at around 3:30 a.m., my door handle started turning. I heard banging on the outside of my door. My roommate had gone out drinking, so I thought she was just drunk, so I yelled out to her, "Dude, leave me alone, I'm trying to sleep." But she didn't respond. Then my door opened and slammed shut several times. The whole time I'm yelling for her to leave me alone, but she doesn't respond. This is the same story yet again. Let's see if this is a continuation from the last post. Okay, so they changed a few things in this telling of the story. So this is the same writer, but they're writing a separate post. So the ad-lib to the last story is that one day I woke up and our back door was open, but I just thought we forgot to lock it. Now I'm thinking it might have been a ghost or something. Please let me know what y'all think. That's the only difference in these posts. So, don't say I didn't read story number 5. On to story number 6. This is my "what the fuck was that" experience. When I was around 13, my parents would take my brother to a weekly sports club. He's pretty successful as a young lad, and my parents would go to every tournament Saturdays and Sundays. Some of the events were full-day things, and I'd sometimes stay behind. That's because waiting and walking kind of got boring. Anyway, this particular night, right before I just wasn't really feeling 100%, made the decision not to go with them. I woke up at about 11 a.m., went downstairs, and it was alarmingly cold. Of course, it's silent because nobody's home and we didn't have pets. I sat on the couch for a minute in silence, debating food. That's when I had a feeling like someone was watching me. You know that hair on the back that stands up when you feel like you're not supposed to be somewhere? Weirded out, I decided to go back upstairs. I turned to my left to go through the door, and it felt like something breathes or hisses in my ear really loudly. The wind trailed past me. I flinched so hard thinking it was a bug or something, but there was nothing there. As you can imagine, I was completely frozen in the middle of the room for at least 10 seconds. Could not get my body to move. It's the single most scared I've ever been in my life. There was nobody in the room, but the sound was like right in my ear canal, literally. I remember not being able to leave the room because I was too scared to go past the door. I then realized that there were no windows open. My phone was upstairs the entire time, and I waited in the same spot on the couch until my family came home. I'd never been more relieved in my life. I think I actually cried. My family said I must have been dreaming, but I'm 100% sure that there's nothing that could have been within, reasonable logic, hissed or breathed in my ear in an empty house. I never felt the house was haunted. Always thought it was better to keep my experience to myself. I've never experienced something like this again. I still have no logical explanation. I'm not religious, but it didn't make me think twice about my belief system. Thing is, it wasn't just the weird breathing. Could have almost gotten over that. It was that feeling before it that I remember the most. The proper bird suddenly going quiet moment. This is my old family house, so I don't live there anymore. I'd love to hear other people's experiences about generally weird, what the hell was that moments. This channel's full of them. Strange TV interruption that no one remembers. I've got no idea if this is something that can really be found, but I saw a TV segment many years ago. It's lingered long in the memory. I'd estimate that it was broadcast perhaps 25, maybe 30 years ago on TV in England. It was part of children's TV, and by this I mean like the usual scheduled TV show that was on, which I recall was a cartoon. It suddenly cut away from the cartoon to what looked like a live group of hooded figures that all had their arms raised in the air. I think they all stood around a wooden structure of some kind. They were making high-pitched screeching. It was in some sort of large indoor area, and it looked organized. One of them took their hood down and pointed at what must have been the camera. Then it went immediately back to the cartoon. The pointing person was a woman with black hair and looked very pale. I haven't forgotten this, and I've tried finding any mention of it over the years to no avail. It was a jarring experience and had nothing to do with the content that it interrupted. I couldn't tell you what channel or the exact time of day other than it was early afternoon. No one else that I asked at the time or since has any memory of it, but I haven't forgotten it. Has anyone else got any recollection of this or any idea what it may have been? I'd say that over the years people have suggested it was part of a commercial break, but I'm almost certain that that isn't the case. It wasn't advertising anything anyway. Furthermore, it was rather chilling and not the sort of thing you'd broadcast at that time of day. Eerie experience. Back in 2022, I lost my best friend to depression. Today, I went to our old spot in the woods called Purgatory in Michigan. It was always our favorite hangout place. Parked my car in the clearing. It's super windy and dark. I walk back about 75 meters or so and back off the clearing to the deeper woods. I always keep his funeral remembrance pamphlet inside my wallet always. So I take it out like I always do and I just talk to him. I tell him he's missed and I hope things are better now and I'm sorry for missing his father's funeral. I was out of town and didn't find out till after. I'm reading and talking to him and the trees are knocking and swaying pretty violently, and I say, I wish you could show me that you're doing okay now, and I love you and I miss you very much. Everything just goes completely silent and trees stop swaying. Birds go still and bugs aren't making a single sound. I can just feel something or someone near me. I say I don't have much time to stay, but I'll see you next time. Love you, rest easy, and if I make my way back up the way I came in, I'll get in the driver's seat, decide to hit my vape, 60% battery. Just doesn't hit now, so I put the key in the ignition in the car, not really start running, it's not turning over, but won't fire. Does this like 3 times, I'd say. I promise I'll come back and talk soon. Immediately, the car fires and I proceed to head home. My car started just fine when I left to go out there, and when I pull in at home, I proceed to start my car 5 times and it fires every time. I know I got in touch with, well, who I was trying to talk to. This may be eerie, but it made me very happy. This wasn't the first time doing this, but it was the first response. Thank you for showing me that you're still by my side. Rest easy. I had a horrific experience, and now I'm seeing things that I can't explain. I'm a 27-year-old male. I've been hanging around the local library for a while now. I've been in a dark place. It helps to just sit around and read. When a librarian's there, Sammy always gives me books to read. I'm into history, so he oftentimes gives me historical books. Recently, I walked up to him and he told me that he has this book, but I can't tell anybody about it. He really emphasizes the fact I cannot show the book to anyone under any circumstances. Thought this was kind of really weird, but what the hell, I accepted. He asked me to follow him, and we go to some sort of storage room. He hands me a book that has no name on the cover. All the cover contains is a small painting of a man and a woman kissing. Upon going home and reading the book, I realized that it's not a literal book, it's a handwritten journal from the 1800s. I was very interested. It was the journal of a man named Hans Elliot. The first few chapters, it essentially just follows his everyday life. At some point, however, Hans faces crippling grief after the woman he was dating, Elizabeth, died. It's vague, but I believe she died of tuberculosis. While in his grief, he discovers a mask. The mask is described as being completely orange with a smile and closed eyes. When he puts it on, he feels all his senses compromised. He suddenly cannot see, smell, hear, or feel anything. While wearing the mask, he sees a dream-like hallucination of himself standing in London, following a voice calling out to him. He follows the voice and encounters a mysterious man who apparently explains to him the concept of other dimensions. He awakens from his trance-like state, finds himself on the floor crying and laughing at the same time. The rest of the journal mainly consists of him documenting his experiences with the mask, as well as featuring poems, sheet music, drawings, and paintings and short stories made by Hans Elliot. I want to get my unusual experiences, so if you have any questions about the journal itself, just ask me. Anyway, I was just very interested. I googled him, found absolutely no record of an artist called Hans Elliot that lived in the 1800s. Totally thought that Sammy had fallen for some sort of misinformation, so I went back to the library. Explained to him what I'd found, and he suddenly smiles and says to come back tomorrow. Skipping to the next day, I returned to the library. Sammy explains that the journal was handed down to him across several generations. He says that Hans is not a historical figure, but one of his ancestors. But then says that he has one thing to show me to get rid of all of my suspicions. We go back to the same dark storage room, and to my amazement, he hands me a clay orange mask with a smile and closed eyes. It looked old and worn out. He tells me to keep it. When I got home, kind of forgot about it. Finally decided to run an experiment with the mask. I grabbed my acoustic guitar, put my phone on record, and propped it up to where it were facing me. Then I slowly slipped the mask onto my face. Started to feel my surroundings disappear. It was such a strange experience. It's like being dead, but still somewhat being alive. Other than being able to think, all my senses just vanished. It's like I was nowhere, I was just existing. I can barely remember anything after that. My phone ran out of storage and stopped recording. I woke up to find myself curled up on the floor crying. It was literal. I could bring myself to watch a video on my phone. I finally watched that video. I saw myself staring blankly at a wall for about 5 minutes, not moving a muscle. Then I lightly put my fingers on the frets of the guitar and start strumming it. I start singing. I can barely make out the words, and I can make out me saying Hans, oh Hans, several times. I can hear myself screaming the name Elizabeth at one point, and then I drop the guitar on the floor, start wailing and screaming. I can't remember any of it. I also noticed things. I heard the sound of footsteps even though I live alone. I heard my light switches clicking on and off. I heard someone speaking, but I can't make out the words. I perfectly understand what the mask is, however. It's a map to other dimensions. I swear it is. It acts as a doorway between universes. Ever since I put the mask on, I've been seeing things. I've seen figures standing in the doorway of my bedroom. I've seen inhuman creatures. I've had very unusual dreams. I've heard people singing, and I've seen a child version of myself in the backyard playing with his friends. They don't even acknowledge me. I've seen strange lights, and most disturbingly, I've seen a man staring at me wearing a suit. Black hair, wears the same orange mask. Once he took it off, and I took in every feature of his face. It was burned into my brain. Once Salmon gave me 2 pictures of him. One was from behind, and another was him wearing the mask. I swear to God, I took in his hair and his entire face. I don't care if I couldn't see his entire face. The man in the photograph is the same guy I saw in my hallucination. My animal-loving asshole of a grandpa spends more time with me in death than he did in life. So I'll start with the fact that I was never close with my grandpa. He didn't really care to be involved much. I don't know if he ever even remembered my name. I was just the little one. He sure did love animals, though. Just not people. I mean, I get it. In the last years of his life, he fell and broke his hip. He ended up moving into my mom's house, a duplex. That's while I was at college and he died there. I moved back home after school into the apartment that he lived in. The first experience I had was finding a lamp on that he used all the time, but it was unplugged. I turned it off and I approached it. And okay, maybe a weird surge of energy but was already in the lamp. I don't know. Don't ask me, I'm not an electrician. Next time, when my dog randomly wakes up and I'm staring at my makeup holder that spins. It's heavy, impossible to spin without a good push. I hear it before I see it, but when I look, it's spinning. I also have a completely redone, in the past year, bedroom with all new electrical. The new light is flickering. I quietly ask Grandpa if he can not hang out in my room because I don't feel comfortable being naked in there with him in there. And nothing's happened in my room again after that. Now to the weirdest two that were both experienced by me and another person. My mom was scolding my dog for pooping on the floor. My girl was 2 weeks out from giving birth. So give the poor pregnant lady a break. Yeah. I'm standing there talking back to my mom, and a gargoyle sculpture jumps off the wall, flies over my dog and my mom, and lands on my mom's feet. It absolutely did not fall off the wall. It flew straight ahead until it hit my mom. My dog casually looked at the gargoyle, looked at my mom, strutted out of the room. Side note, before my girl went to labor, she goes to pretty much a doggy midwife for it. I asked my grandpa to please take care of her since I know he doesn't care about me but loves my dog. I'd like to think that he was with her during it. And finally, the worst invasion of privacy was when I was taking a shit with the other dog in the bathroom. My boyfriend was here, so I had the door closed, to save him from the nose trauma. But the dog, he demanded to join me. At some point it even got too overwhelming for him. So I asked my dog if he wanted to leave. He looks at me and looks up at the door handle. The door is pulled open. This door swings all the way open unless he catch it. Just enough for him to leave and stopped. It didn't continue swinging like it would have if it were pushed. My boy looks at someone on the other side of the door and walks out. My boyfriend was fully in the other room when this happened because I immediately shouted for him and I heard him rustling. So, dear Grandpa, thanks for being emotional support for my animals. I'm sure they appreciate it. I wish he would have treated me as well in life as you've treated my dogs in your afterlife. I still like him. Something keeps chapping at my back door, but there's never anyone there. For some backstory, the back door used to open into a sealed catio with my kitties, and they'd go out and play there. Catio. We recently took that away because we were going to build a new, bigger one. We've renovated our library so it can open out into a massive catio between the library balcony and the raised part of the garden. So now the back door is pretty much usable again. Because it was inaccessible till now, we thought the phantom chopping was trying to tell us that the door was unlocked. Chapping. So we locked it and stopped for a bit. I was just downstairs unloading the dishwasher in the utility room where said back door is located, and it chapped, loudly and forcefully 5 times. My exact words were, "Nope, fuck that." Came back up the stairs to de-stress. It's 2 a.m. here, where I live, but not anybody playing a prank. I just have a very long drive and you'd hear them. Plus, there'd be no way they could run past without my kitchen window and look frightened at the driveway practically. You'd see him. And by the way, this has happened to us in broad daylight before, too. Another addition about this, because I investigated the letterbox last time this happened. The indoor flap of the letterbox doesn't chap properly. It's very old. If you open it, the flap will stick up and stay there, and it'll only close very slowly. You'd have to force it down with some force to make it close, never mind chap it rapidly. The outer has to be lifted, and it's quite heavy. I tried moving it a few times just to make it make the sound that I heard. You'd have to put some degree of force behind it, and where the door is located, it's covered by an overhang from the conservatory, which is why we built the catio there. It's not the wind, and the wind wouldn't even be strong enough to do this. Plus, it's happened 3 times on days with next to no wind. As of this moment, I have no explanation, but I think the sudden agitation of the animal spirits that I've seen and heard in the house has something to do with it. Time for some house history. I won't share the name of the house, as giving out my home address on Reddit sounds like a stupid thing to do, but I live in Scotland and the house is over 160 years old. It's seen a long history of owners, including some of the, so-called renowned. I've never heard bad history about it. No deaths, no foul play, anything like that. This phantom chapping at the back door has been going on for a good few weeks now. I know not to let it in, but it's still very unnerving. It was so insistent this time. Last time we did this, it was 3 chaps, and this time it was like it was urgent. This is the second time it's happened when it specifically was me being in the utility room. Oh, and last time it was during the day, and the door had stained glass, so you can see if somebody's on the other side messing around, and there wasn't anyone over there. Anyway, I don't have any explanation right now. I've tried debunking it myself, but can't figure it out. Just thought it was a neat experience to share, and this really helped calm my nerves a bit. It really rattled me. I had sleep paralysis last night for the first time in years. For background, I'm in my first year at uni. I live on campus in a dorm with my best friend from back home, 6 other roommates whom I don't really know otherwise and I don't really converse with. Our door to our room can only be electrically unlocked from the outside with our phones, as we have a key card connected to our Apple Wallet. This pretty much makes it nearly impossible for anybody, even other roommates, to get in, unless they took one of, our phones. I used to have sleep paralysis and night terrors often as a child, but haven't experienced it lately, like years. I had just returned home from a friend's house, and I fell asleep almost immediately. I had sporadic sleep, waking up every so often to check the time and look at my phone for a few minutes. This is a normal occurrence for me. However, last night was abnormal, to say the least. I woke up, checked my phone to see the time, around 3:30. I went promptly back to sleep. I awoke again after what seemed like a few minutes later to the sound of my door unlocking. My initial thought was that my roommate must have gotten up to use the bathroom. It couldn't have been the case since I had just seen him sleeping a few minutes prior when I checked my phone. My heart dropped as I knew my roommate was in bed dead asleep. I sleep with the back to my door, so I could only hear the door slowly creaking open. I was frozen. Maybe only in fear, maybe in a fit of sleep paralysis. I heard whatever opened my door slowly close it. I heard the electronic lock click back shut. I didn't hear any footsteps leading to my bedside, but I felt a hand firmly grasp my side to the point where it was painful. It felt like nails were digging into my skin. Then I felt and heard its breathing on the back of my neck and into my ear. I somehow found the courage to move, which makes me skeptical that this wasn't sleep paralysis. My fight or flight senses kicked in, and I quickly sprung up, ready to throw a punch at whatever's in the room. Nothing was there. I glanced around the room to see my closet door slowly closing. I was absolutely freaked out. I did not go back to sleep. I scrolled my phone until morning. And the thing that makes me the most uneasy is the feeling I got after I sprung up. It felt like whatever's next to me wasn't expecting me to do anything. I could feel its surprise and somewhat even unease. These were strong feelings that I received immediately, not just a guess or my mind playing tricks on me. This could have just been a very vivid dream or hallucination because I do listen to horror stories every night before bed. Ha! and that was in my mind at the time, but something about the pain that I felt and the breathing makes me feel it wasn't a hallucination. I'd like to tell myself it was just sleep paralysis, but being able to move so suddenly and the fact that I had just fallen back asleep after waking up makes me think it couldn't have been. After inspection, I don't have any bruises on my body where the thing placed its hand. It still freaks me out. I love horror and paranormal, but I don't fuck with demons as a religious person. This whole encounter only lasted a few minutes. It was very quick, but it genuinely fucked with me. Looking for advice and reassurance. I've always been very mildly sensitive. Never really seen anything, never done anything that could potentially invite negative things into my life, i.e. a Ouija. Just sensing people around until this week. I feel like I have family around me. Often catch things out of the corner of my eye, like a movement or something or someone. When my child was first born, there was a lot of sudden perfume smells, which my husband and my mother-in-law confirm is the same perfume as my husband's Nan. He was close to. Our child is named after my husband's grandfather, the husband of aforementioned Nan. My child has just turned 2, almost a week ago. Currently pregnant again, and activity seems to have ramped up this week. It all started last night. I was in bed and turned over to see a gentleman stood at the side of my husband. First time I've ever experienced anything like this. It made me jump, I blinked and it disappeared. It wasn't like I could see straight through it. It was solid and I could only see the outfit. No faces. My dog let a few barks in the room with us and I assumed that she had seen it too. Again, it only scared me as I'd never seen something that I attribute to be a ghost before. It didn't feel menacing. The only feeling that it had was, well, I wasn't meant to see it. Our room sits directly to the side of the child's, has connecting walls. I could hear movement in their bedroom straight after seeing this figure, like they maybe were awake and active. However, my child isn't like a quiet play child. When they play, they're very vocal. So upon hearing this, I get up to go to the toilet and check in on them, fast asleep. While I'm in the toilet, left bathroom door open by the way, out of the corner of my eye, I catch something walk through the wall of my toddler's bedroom into the landing. I think my brain is just imagining things now. I've seen this figure. It's 2:30 a.m. and I head back to bed thinking nothing more of it. But on the edges, I've never experienced or seen something like the figure ever before. Today I speak to my mom, who's also mildly sensitive, to fill her in on the night antics. She lives next door, and she does share walls. Her bedroom is directly adjacent to my child's room. I often hear them playing or singing first thing in the morning. She had been on holiday and arrived back early hours around 2:15 a.m. She proceeds to tell me that she could be, hearing talking in my toddler's room. She had assumed I'd left a TV on or something. I hadn't. Then tonight I awake at 2:50 a.m., 45 minutes ago, to the sound of a plastic toy being played with. Almost like a piece of toy was hitting itself, such as a loose toy car door rattling if shaken. So I get up again to go to the toilet. 25 weeks pregnant, constantly needing the toilet anyway. Check in on my toddler, expecting to see them playing. Nope. Absolutely bang asleep. They don't have many toys in their room, maybe 4 or 5. 2 of those are soft toy plushies. The activity seems to have taken a jump again. Doesn't scare me as much. Well, at least I know I have a loving family around. But from my side and my husband's side, I guess. But I'm just confused why it's all of a sudden taken jump to more notable activity, not just seeing things out of the corner of my eye. I think enough people below know the reason for that. A balloon played peekaboo with me, and I don't know how. I can't get what happened to me recently out of my head. It was such an odd experience. I was heading over to my mom's house before I left for college a couple of weeks ago. Recently, we'd celebrated my stepfather's birthday. My mom got him 2 balloons. Our house has 3 floors, the first having very high ceilings, which is important. Those balloons accidentally floated up to the ceiling. That's why my mom was cutting the strings down after the party. They'd both been in the corner of the high ceiling since. I walked into the house, and I was the only one there since both my parents were at work. I went into the kitchen and noted for sure that the balloons were still up in the corner on the opposite side of the area. I was curious why they hadn't tried to take them down yet. After that, I went downstairs and went to my room past my bathroom, which had a door closed. Not 20 minutes go by and I leave my room to go to the bathroom, and as I open the bathroom door, I sort of stand in shock. Hovering over the bathroom sink where the mirror is one of the balloons floating there in the darkness of the bathroom. I did my business, and the airflow of me moving made the balloon creep toward me. It scared me a little bit. But then I took it out swiftly. I popped it, sucked out the helium for a little bit of a laugh. However, I just cannot get the description out of my mind. I'm not really the type to get freaked out by things that seem unexplainable, but what I couldn't wrap around my brain is how it got there. I tried to deduce how it could have gotten in the bathroom behind a firmly closed door in under 20 minutes, but it just doesn't make sense. My parents have 3 indoor cats who like to play with string. There is a window somewhat high enough that one of the cats could have dragged the balloon down upstairs, but there's absolutely no way they could have done this without jumping down and making a loud noise. My bedroom door was open. The string was also cut short, so they'd seriously fall really hard if they attempted to do this. Another thought that came to my mind was maybe this balloon just floated its way upstairs in the bathroom via airflow. Then one of the cats closed the door. But I also had to rule that out because none of my cats were near the bathroom. I could see pretty much directly outside my room. I ran downstairs, and sure enough, the once 2 balloons were now 1 floating up high in the ceiling. Nobody else was home, the door was already shut. My cats were nowhere near the balloons or the bathroom. So, what the hell? I'd never experienced this type of thing before in that house. But afterwards I've had really terrible luck all at once, and I'm currently sick as a dog. Told my mom about it when she came home during dinner, and she was really confused and creeped out. Spent the next few hours thinking of how it could have happened and bounced ideas off of each other. We were at a loss. I'd like to define myself as somebody who believes in the paranormal but actively avoids it since I want no business with anything. I'm just wondering, is there any sort of explanation for this? It's like an itch I can't scratch in my brain. I hate those. Demon tormented me and my wife. One night, about a month ago, 3 to 4 weeks, sleeping in my bed, got woken up by a presence at the foot of my bed. Seemed like a monk, or so I believed. I couldn't see the eyes, but I could see the robes black. I woke up in a cold sweat. I was fearing for my life. No, not fear. It was utter horror, complete dread. Got up on my elbows and I wasn't asleep. I looked at it, blinked 2, 3, 4 times, and it was gone. It was in the middle of the night at around 2 or 3 a.m. Chalked it up to me being tired and exhausted. Bit of background on me. I became a bit more religious a couple of years back. I always used to wear CrossFit after I always had prayed. I always used to wear a cross after and always had prayed. Not from books as some do, but from the heart. I would thank my God and I would beg him for forgiveness. And I would ask him to make me a better person. No money, no women, no cars. Just a better person and less sins. Anyway, I just renovated my upper floor in my house, which is me and my wife's apartment, so to say. We live with my parents and grandparents. Now, I tossed it into my imagination, thought I was exhausted, tired, and imagining things, but anyway, thought I should get some sort of sanctified objects inside the room. A cross, my prayer beads, got my cross back onto my neck, and been like that ever since. On one night, my wife said she used to see a man in her doorway. I wouldn't see him, but I would feel that presence to what I can say was not a man. That's when I called my spiritual father, which is a priest, to help us. I would have restless nights. My wife would also constantly wake up, and it clicked inside my head that I wasn't being tired. So we called a priest. He blessed the whole upper floor, and now everything's calm, peaceful, and I can rest. I'm at peace. Whatever it was, I believe it to have been a demon. It's now gone, and I'm constantly back to praying and blessing my little apartment, as my religious indicates. So to say. So to say. Can someone tell me what that was? This story is based in Ireland, back in the early 2010s. I moved out from home for college, and I moved into a large 3-story terraced house in the center of the city. I lived with 5 other girls. They usually used to go back to their families home on the weekends. I was often left completely alone at the weekends, and I dreaded it. Being alone didn't bother me, but the problem was I wasn't completely alone. Nothing unusual happened for the first few weeks when I'd moved into the house. At least that I noticed. I loved my new room. It was spacious, had a French door with heavy velvet curtains that I draped on either side of it. I had a double bed that was pushed against the right side of the wall in my bedroom, so only the side of the bed was sort of open to the room, if you can picture that. My room was on the 3rd floor of the house, and the only room to have a balcony. The balcony faced towards the courtyard of sorts. There were no other balconies or roofs near my balcony, so nobody could access it unless they were in my room, which made me feel safe. Around mid-October, I'd been living in the house for a few weeks now. I was comfortable. I knew the house next door that was connected to the right side of my bedroom wall was vacant. I started to hear scraping from inside the wall. I put it down to there being rats or mice next door. The houses were very old and were close to a river too, so at least it made sense. This scraping sound would go on for ages at night, and the first thing in the morning. It bothered me so much I tried to record it, but my phone never even really picked it up. How normal, right? I used to sleep in my bed facing the wall, so there was technically space for another person beside me. One night I woke up abruptly after being punched in the shoulder hard. I got such a fright that it didn't register what had happened. I turned on the light on the phone because it's the only one that I had close to me and started shining it into the room. No one was there. I always kept my bedroom door locked with a sliding bolt from the inside because there's always people on in the room in the house, and sometimes my housemates had friends over too. It would be impossible for somebody to get in. Thought that I had imagined it and fell back asleep after a few minutes. The next and the same thing happened. Well, when I woke up, turned my flashlight on, looked around my room, and no one or nothing was there. Tried to go back to sleep, and as I turned, I tried to look back into my room, and it happened, and still awake. I got punched in the back as I was awake. I felt it as clear as day. I lay paralyzed with fear in the bed. It was then that I felt the icy cold of the bedroom. Not the usual winter cold that you'd feel in the room when it gets a little chilly. This was ice cold where you could see your breath. I mustered every ounce of courage I had in me to turn back around with the flashlight and check the room corner to corner. Nothing was there. Got up, turned the light on, slept with the light on for the rest of the night too. Same thing the next morning. The scratching continued on the wall next to my bed. I met one of my roommates who stayed in the bedroom across the hall from me coming out of her room. We chatted and walked together downstairs to get some breakfast. At this point, I had told no one what was happening to me because I was so scared they would think I was either lying or a complete freak. I really wanted to make friends with the girls that I lived with. The roommate was visibly spooked as she went about her business in the kitchen. I asked if she was okay, and she told me what happened, laughing to herself as if we both think she had gone mad. She said that last night she was wide awake in bed reading a book when her phone started moving by itself up and down on a shelf in her bedroom. She said it wasn't vibrating that caused it to move. It was being dragged. She proceeded to tell me that she had been having sleep paralysis nightmares since she moved in to where the old hag was sitting in the corner of her room and slowly crawling onto her legs and upper body so she couldn't move. This was happening to her every night. I decided to share with her what was happening in me too. We both silently accepted the reality of our situations. We decided not to tell the other girl because I didn't want to freak them out. Surely they would tell us anything was happening to them too. That night I came up with a plan. A plan to line the left side of my bed with clothes as a barrier, so nothing could reach me. In my head, this made sense, but yeah, absolutely did not work. Same thing happened again. I was punched in the shoulder, and the more I tried to ignore it, the harder it got. I had a mark on my shoulder from the punch. I repeated the same thing happened again, where I used my phone's flashlight to check out my room before turning on the light to go. The next night I decided to sleep on my back. I woke up at 3 or 4 in the morning, my balcony door is wide open. The cold November rain coming into my room. My balcony was locked with a key from the inside. It was now wide open. I leapt out of the bed to close the door and I got saturated in the process. Now I was mad. Scaring me is one thing, but attempting to give me pneumonia is another. This happened a few more nights in a row too. I made sure to check the door was locked before going to bed. Went as far as to put the key under my pillow as I slept. Didn't make a difference. As the weeks went on, I started to experience the extreme sleep paralysis. Can't tell you if it was from the continuous nights of interrupted sleep, or something otherworldly, but it was awful. My sleep paralysis was different from my roommates. I would be wide awake looking around my room, body paralyzed to a black mist lingering but never getting close to me. As the year neared December, I felt relief that I'd be going home to my family for a few weeks for Christmas. On one of the last nights before Christmas break, I lay in bed watching a TV show on my laptop. It was still not late, really, only around 8. I started to hear thundering footsteps on the stairs outside my bedroom. Thinking it was my housemates, I popped my head out to check. No one was there. Went across the hall to the other bedrooms and asked if they heard it and if they'd been them. They said they hadn't even heard it. Told the housemate who was having similar experiences that I'd text them again if it had happened. I was not back in my room 2 minutes when there it was again. It was coming from the stairs in front of my bedroom from within the house. I texted my housemate and she didn't hear a thing. I knew that it was in for tonight. I was in for it. This was all happening with every light in the house turned on. I was too afraid to walk around in the dark, pretty understandably. I tried to relax back into watching my TV show when the heavy velvet curtains that were pulled closed across my balcony door started to gently rock. There were no windows open in the house for a breeze to be passing through. I texted my housemates and told her what was happening. She decided to sleep in my bedroom for the night. We fall asleep at around 10 p.m. with the lights off. Again, as predicted, nearing 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning, we both woke up because the bedroom light had been turned on. She went back to her own room and left me to sleep alone in my room for the rest of the morning. I didn't turn off the light and I kept it on and hoped sleep would find me. But it never did. I stayed awake the entire night and it was so stressing. Gave myself a migraine. Skipped college the next day because I had zero energy. When I left for a few weeks over Christmas, I felt extreme relief. Weirdly enough, nothing happened when I returned after Christmas. I still cannot explain anything that happened or what it even could have been. Opened my eyes to everything spooky. When I was moving out toward the end of the college year, I brought up everything really that I experienced to my housemates. Turns out one of them staying in the room on the second floor saw a full-body apparition of a lady standing at the end of her bed. Another had a guest stay over who saw another full-body apparition of a man walking in circles on the second floor hallway. Didn't realize it was a ghost, tried to have a conversation with it. Funny in hindsight, but not funny at the time. I always had a feeling of being chased anytime I went up the stairs, but it's always resulting in me absolutely sprinting every time. as if my bedroom that I was sprinting to was any safer. I've since found out that I'm an empath. I don't know if this makes a difference, but I've had plenty of creepy experiences since. An experience from my teenage years. I'm going to simplify a bit to give you an idea of a timeline and focus on the actual events that took place. Everything is in order, so I don't remember exact dates or times. The experience begins on family vacation. I'm in our camper alone on the couch. I hear 3 distinct knocks but think nothing of it. That evening everyone's asleep. I hear the same exact knocks in the same general area. The couch is also a pull-out bed. This freaks me out a bit. The following morning, we're headed home from the beach. When we arrive home, I decide to take a shower. During my shower, I hear the same exact knocks, and under a breath and a whisper, I say, "Do it again." That's immediately followed by 3 very rapid knocks. From this point on, I'm totally freaked. Every day becomes a mental battle, and at one point even had to bring my younger brother in from the room to sleep with me. I'm convinced that some of the following interactions could have been caused by the stress my brain was put through. I often heard the same 3 knocks in various locations. My neighborhood pool and my best friend's house. Tried my best to always surround myself with others and even enjoyed the comfort of being at school. This is very traumatic for me. After a sleepover at my friend's house, I was picked up by my dad. As we're driving through the neighborhood, I look out to the right side of my window. I see a small female figure in a white dress. The figure is still on the sidewalk in front of the house, with their head down and their hair draped over. This was a Sunday, so it could have been a girl ready to go to church. Not sure if this is in order, by the way. I often would experience things at my grandparents' house. Mostly lights turning on or off by themselves. One day when I was sleeping over and the radio in the room turned on by itself, I have no explanation. All my experiences ceased once I moved on from the house that me and my family were staying in. I felt relief, but had also matured in my age. After this, I had hardened myself to the unknown and developed a response to anything unknown that I'd experienced. In the new house, over the course of 2 years, I'd experienced weird things. Again, though, I was hardened. Experienced my pillows and blankets being stuffed under my sheets and random white crumbs spread evenly throughout my bed. No explanation. Toast. The missing doll. My cousins Julia, Sarah, and Spencer had some sort of really large toy doll. I don't know how large it was because I was too young to even remember seeing it before. Well, you'll find out. Anyways, my cousin, who was the youngest of my 3 cousins, Spencer, was irrationally afraid of the doll. So my other cousins would always use that as pranking material. They'd move it when he wasn't looking to freak him out. They'd put it in the dark rooms that they knew Spencer would go into, often his room. They'd always know that they got him because he'd start screaming. One day on some family gathering, my cousins Julia and Sarah decided to sneak and creep a doll into my grandma's house without Spencer knowing that they had it. That way, he would absolutely not be expecting to see the doll there. Well, they went into the bathroom. They sat the doll in the toilet and turned the lights off. The toy doll was apparently big enough to easily sit on the toilet. Later that night, they were all having dinner at the kitchen table. Spencer asked to excuse himself for dinner. My other cousin would hold his laughter while they watched him walk out of the kitchen and down the hall. They waited for a scream. Well, they kept waiting. Several minutes go by. Spencer walks back. Everyone was confused. "Do you see anything in there?" Julia and Sarah asked. Spencer was confused by the question. "No," he responded. Julia and Sarah go back to the bathroom to find the doll missing. The doll hasn't been seen in like 15 years. Nobody knows what happened to it. There's no window in the bathroom, and the doll is apparently way too big to get flushed down the toilet. Man in black with glowing eyes and sunglasses. As an overnight Uber driver, I've seen my share of paranormal entities over the last few years. Nothing tops what I witnessed yesterday, though. I was driving around the Italian market area in South Philly. I had to make a turn down a street. Old horse and buggy type of street, can hardly fit a vehicle down it. Not much vehicle traffic at all. If ever, especially around this morning hour. I slowly and cautiously make my way down the street. Suddenly notice at the corner of my eye a person standing on the sidewalk. He's standing on the very edge of the curb, almost in the street, but not quite. I slow my vehicle down to a crawl, and I can't help but look at this person. It's 3 a.m., pitch black outside, and this man is standing by himself, completely rigid and undisturbed. Again, I'm almost fixated on him because everything just felt so off. As my car moves closer, I notice he's wearing all black. An old-fashioned black suit. Extremely skinny. Most frightening of all, his eyes were glowing white, almost like he had a 40-watt bulb in each eye. He then pulls sunglasses down over his eyes. My first thought was, what the fuck was that? Why were his eyes glowing? Why did he have sunglasses with him when it's 3 a.m. and pitch dark? Was that person even human? Cue the shivers and chills that came over my entire body. I look in my rearview mirror and the man was nowhere in sight. I've been hearing something that sounds like a dog for over 4 years. In January to February in 2020, around 7 p.m. to 8 p.m., I was on my school laptop watching a video and I started hearing something beyond unsettling. From my room, I could hear the sound of heavy paw steps coming from the kitchen. Some god-awful screaming sounds that sounds like dogs in pain just slowly creeping around my kitchen and dining room area for 15 minutes. Doing nothing but screaming. Now I have dogs, but I could tell from the sound of the paw steps that this wasn't one of mine. They sounded like they belonged to a way bigger dog than one of my Chihuahua or Pomeranian mixes. I would say around the size of a German Shepherd, but that's just a guess. All throughout 2020 and 2021, I would hear it walking through my house at night every so often. It wouldn't show up at any certain time, but usually it'd be around 11 p.m. to 5 a.m., which is one of the reasons for a while I thought it could have just been me being half asleep or something. Around the end of 2021, I moved states. Assumed I wouldn't have to deal with whatever the thing was anymore. For a while, I was right. For around a year, I didn't hear it at all. I would have weird and uncomfortable experiences, like my dog in my room randomly getting up to growl at my door. Nothing really besides that until recently. I heard the same thing again, what I believed to be the same creature in my new house walking around downstairs and making whimpering noises. The only notable thing was it wasn't downright screaming like it was before. I genuinely don't know what to do. Every time I hear this thing, I get this horrible feeling of dread, and I don't even know what it is besides that it sounds like the walls, like all of them are shaking. It sounds like it's walking on all fours and it has paws. It sounds like way bigger than a dog. Any sort of advice or input on what this could be and what to do would be highly appreciated. My sister and I both saw the same white thing go up the stairs when we were younger. I think I must have been around 9 years old. My sister was 6. My parents were watching TV downstairs. We were walking up the stairs to go get ready for bed. It was dark outside and inside as well. He had a light switch on the first floor. I was walking in front and was already in the hallway on the first floor, and my sister was still walking up the stairs. and reached the light switch, and like 2 seconds before I turned the lights on, I saw it. It was gone as soon as I turned the lights on. My sister said she saw it go beside her up the stairs. I saw it go from the hallway in the first floor right up the stairs to the second floor, to the attic in my bedroom. It went super quick and was gone as soon as I turned the light on, but we both saw it and were spooked. We ran downstairs and said it to our parents, and they dismissed it. Said it was probably our cat, who was white as well. She was downstairs, so couldn't have been her. What we saw was white and low to the ground. I think about the size of a basketball. It was round, but because it moved so quickly, the shape became longer. It didn't look solid, kind of like white smoke and semi-see-through. We were able to see it in the dark, so it was some kind of white light. No face, arms, hair, or anything human to make it look like a person or anything. Just a white thing moving super quickly up the stairs. Never saw anything like it after that. My sister thinks it was right around the time that her grandfather died, but I can't remember it clearly. What was that? Sweet dreams. See ya.